Shall we begin? Welcome to a special meeting of the Pacific Grove City Council. It's Wednesday, October 20th, 2021 at 5 p.m. Call the meeting to order. Ms. Kendall, will you give us a roll call, please?
Yes, sir. Mayor Peak.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Smith. I do not see. Council members Emilio.
Here.
Coletti. McAdams. Here. Paduri.
Here.
Tomlinson.
Here.
With the exception of the Mayor Pro Tem Smith and Councilmember Coletti, all are present via Zoom meeting.
Thank you. We have one item on the agenda. May I have a motion to approve the agenda?
So approved. Second.
And we have a vote on that, please.
Thank you. And I am recognizing Councilmember Coletti present. And a vote on the motion to approve the agenda. Mayor Peak.
Aye.
Council members Emilio.
Aye.
Coletti.
Aye.
McAdams.
Aye.
Paduri.
Aye.
And Tomlinson.
Aye.
And I am also seeing Mayor Pro Tem Smith present. Mayor Pro Tem Smith, approval of the agenda. Would you like to take a vote on that?
Closed session agenda?
To approve the agenda?
Closed session? Yes.
Yes, sir.
I'll say yes to that one.
Thank you. Motion carries 7-0.
Thank you very much. We have one item, public employment, city manager performance evaluation. Do we have any public wishing to make a public comment?
No, sir, there's no one in the waiting room.
All right. Well, then let's move into closed session. Good evening, everyone. Welcome. It's a regular meeting of the Pacific Grove City Council. It's Wednesday, October 20th, 2021 at 6 p.m. I call the meeting to order. Ms. Kendall, would you give us a roll call, please?
Yes, sir. Council members Tomlinson.
Present.
Paduri.
Here.
McAdams.
Here.
Coletti. Emilio.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Smith.
Here.
Mayor Peak.
Here.
I have everyone present with the exception of Councilmember Coletti at this time.
Thank you. Would Councilmember Tomlinson please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I have a motion to approve the agenda.
So approved.
Second.
A vote, please. Ms. Kendall, would you please do a vote?
Sorry. Yes,
on the
I
agenda?
didn't realize I was muted. Mayor Peak.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Smith.
Aye.
Council members Emilio.
Aye.
Coletti. McAdams.
Aye.
Paduri.
Aye.
And Tomlinson.
Aye.
Motion carries 6-0-1. Absent is Councilmember Coletti for this vote.
Thank you. We have one presentation tonight from the Monterey County Convention and Visitors Bureau, sometimes better known as MCCVB. And we have two guests. Our presenter is Mr. Paul Martin, and he's joined with Jennifer Kochner. I hope I pronounced your name correctly.
Coker, but it's fine, Mayor.
Coker.
Thank you.
Okay. Hey, well, we'll just turn it over to Mr. Martin, or if you're making the presentation, welcome.
Thank you, Mayor Peak, council members, and fellow Bergrovians. It's an honor to give you an update on how we're telling the story of your story and the rest of the jurisdictions. First of all, I want to give you an update on how our business development, that's our group sales group, is doing. We have added a new person to the group. That's Rick Hudd, who's in our he's out of Chicago. And so we've got a lot of, you see the events that they've been to, over 500 clients that have scheduled appointments. You can see the events that include Chicago and New Jersey, Philadelphia, New York, where Rick's been active, as well as the folks out here on the West Coast. And on the right, you'll see the leads generated and the bookings so far. And just to give you kind of a perspective, you know, this is about between 50 and 75% of pre-COVID numbers on group in terms of leads and bookings. Obviously, COVID decimated the group and business immensely, but we're slowly clawing back on that. So that's a good sign. We have just released a new group business development or group campaign. It's called All Inspired. It really capitalizes on our legacy of innovation, putting Monterey all in, all invested, and all incredibly excited to make this the best place for people's meetings. Our targets are listed there: corporate meeting planners, association meeting planners. We're doing the drive markets, LA and San Francisco, and in between and slightly longer distances, as well as the direct fly markets, including Dallas, Denver, Seattle, Portland now are coming up. And then of course, we're with Rick, new in Chicago, we're looking at the East Coast and Midwest as well. The components include digital search, display, retargeting, online video advertising, print, etc. So this is a big piece of what we're working on this year, is to address our mix, where we've leisure is coming back, has come back strong, but group is lagging. So this is a big push now to get group going back. I know it's not the biggest thing in Pacific Grove, it's big for Asilomar, but it's also important to cause compression and push demand out to the surrounding areas from where the larger group hotels are. In marketing and communications, we've been busy with new Now is the Moment campaign that started in the spring. We're continuing to roll that out now. There's a second stream of that going on now. A lot of social and earned media. You can see the numbers there on the social side in terms of engagements on Instagram, Facebook, and Twitter. And the key initiatives on the influencers, and then press releases, and a lot of journalists coming in from the LA Times, Travel and Leisure, etc. We are running this fall leisure campaign, which is now is the moment. It's a continuation from our spring campaign, where we really pick things back up, where we're beginning to build things back. And it's all about that arrival experience, the feeling of taking that first breath of fresh air. You know, I have in my background that drive. I'm still have to pinch myself every time I drive over past Costco and see the line out to Pacific Grove and the Bay. It's gorgeous. It reminds me of when I first moved to the Bay Area and driving into San Francisco and seeing the bridges and what have you. It is a real breath taker awayer, if you will. We are working on the targets of active travel intenders, the drive market, and the direct fly markets again that I mentioned earlier. A lot of the components again are in the digital, paid search, social. We're doing online video advertising. We're in the TV markets, streaming TV and spot market TV. And press releases and media pitching, as well as influencers. I'll hand it off to Jennifer at this time, who's our Director of Community Relations, to talk a little bit about this.
Great, thanks, Paul. And thank you, Mayor and Council, for giving us a few minutes of your time tonight. So as Paul mentioned, I'm the Director of Community Relations for the MCCVB, which is a really great role to be in because that allows me to really be out in the community, working with you, elected officials, small businesses, and residents. One thing that we're really looking at focusing on this year is visitor inspiration. So we are out at Fisherman's Wharf during, key weekends, long holiday weekends, in lieu of our brick and mortar visitor center, where we're out there inspiring guests on, how to spend their time here in Monterey County. It's a great way for us to also disperse the traffic. As Paul mentioned, there's always that compression factor. A lot of people don't really recognize the difference between, say, Monterey, Carmel, or Pacific Grove. So it's a good time for us to educate them on that, get them out into everyone's cities, and then also make sure that they're visiting responsibly. We have the great fortune to be able to entertain more than 600 visitors over Labor Day weekend and at the Monterey Jazz Festival. So you will see us out there again during the long holiday weekends for the rest of the fiscal year. So we're excited about that. And now that we're in our shoulder season, now that most of the tourists have gone home and our secret fall summer weather has shocked us with rain, much needed, but not expected. It's a great time for us though, to get back out into the community, visit the small businesses. We're currently working on a FAM to get out into Pacific Grove to visit some of the businesses out there that belong to the CVB. And year to date, just in the first 3 months of this fiscal year, we've already made referrals out to over 7,000 PG businesses. And that is it on that. We're continuing to work on developing our app, which would be inclusive for Monterey County, all of our investing jurisdictions, which would include Pacific Grove and small businesses there. So we're excited about that. So more to come next time we meet.
Thanks, Jennifer.
Thanks.
A little bit on the data, my favorite stuff. Here's a little bit of a picture going back a few fiscal years on where Pacific Grove has been on occupancy and average daily rate in the hotels. And obviously, things looked rather steady in terms of occupancy through fiscal year 18-19, increasing daily rates. And then, of course, along came COVID in fiscal year 19-20. Pushing occupancy way down and lowering rates. We have now seen fiscal year 2021 also complete, where still impacted by COVID with lower occupancy, but the good thing is that the rate has recovered much more quickly than we expected. And the hotels have been hosting a lot of leisure guests, which are more valuable in terms of the daily rate. We lose the food and beverage from the conferences and what have you, but they have been what we call increasing their rates here. And the last 2 points where they cross over the purple and the red are what we originally forecast for fiscal year 21-22. And this is pretty much in line in terms of driving the same TOT that, in working with your finance department, we had basically the same forecast that ended up in your budget. However, the good news is that was made before we started to see these rates really recover. And in addition, we've seen occupancy slightly higher. So if you see occupancy is trending up a slight bit at least in the city of Monterey. We don't get enough hotels reporting on Pacific Grove to know real time what's happening. But if that same thing held, we'd be a couple points higher on occupancy than what we forecast. But the real story is on ADR, the average daily rate, where in the city of Monterey and, in the city of Monterey, and in the county itself, we're seeing almost 30 to 40% higher daily rates than what we expected. So we could see rates up in the $200 range for the year in Pacific Grove based on what we've seen so far. This would be a big boon to the bottom line of the hotels as well as the city in terms of TOT collection. We'll continue to monitor this, but it's a good sign. The visitor economy is healthy right now. We're just working on bringing that mix back and getting the group back, as well as now beginning to think about international visitors as well, with the US allowing that to happen. That push will probably occur in January. Visit California will begin to create cover for us, reactivating their international work, and then we'll follow up with agency and place and social media to highlight Monterey. So that's it. That's what we have for you tonight. If you have any questions, let me know.
Thank you very much. We'll go up to council for any comments or questions. Mr. Martin, if you could stop sharing the screen.
There we go.
Councilmember Pedori.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Paul and Jennifer, for the presentation. Appreciate it. This is the first time I'm actually seeing this. I thought it was really remarkable that it was Q1, so it's like over a quarter, like you've generated close to 50,000 leads, 40,000 new businesses. That is really a lot coming in. So thank you for all the effort that you're putting in here. My couple of questions is you had provided a stat saying Pacific Grove, the referrals made were 7,600. Do you track year-over-year referrals? Because that would be of interest to us. That's one. And then not only referrals, but really year-over-year statistics with respect to Pacific Grove. And the second thing is, what can we do to help market ourselves better? Perhaps that's something that we can also discuss with the chamber too. But in general, I'm curious to hear your thoughts. I do really like that site, See Monterey. It really is, whatever you've done with the upgrades, etc. for that site, that's really fantastic. So thank you. But really curious to hear your thoughts. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Yes, in regard to the referrals out to Pacific Grove businesses, we do track that year over year. So I don't have that at the top of my head now, but I'm happy to compile those numbers for you and say, would you prefer maybe three to 5 years back? And then I can send that out to council for you to review.
Yeah, 3 years would do it.
Sure. Okay, no problem. And then in regard to building your presence, whether in the community or on See Monterey, one thing that we like to always encourage our members through our regular touch points is anytime you're having a special, let us know so we can promote it for you. If you've done upgrades to your business, have new photographs, things like that, just always keeping your content fresh on our website. We have Krista Sherman in our office, who's my right-hand woman. And, between she and I, we really make the effort to reach out to our businesses and make sure that their pages are getting updated. We do also work very closely with Mo Amar and Peter Mountainair at the PG Chamber. So oftentimes, they'll share information with us in regard to events and things like that we may have missed. Peter works really closely with our PR manager, Rachel Dembakowitz. So, whenever we have an influencer or a journalist come in, she has, really great relationships, again, like with Peter and others, so that we can make sure that, while we have that person in market, that we get them to visit Pacific Grove as well and feature Pacific Grove on Instagram and Facebook and all their social channels.
Thank you, appreciate it. I know the chamber is on top of things, but I just wanted from my opinion. Thanks.
Yes, thank you.
Also point out that we did a lot of work to scrub our expenses on the website and figure out what components we weren't using. We saved that money. We rededicated it to a project this year to optimize the site. And so we're working now with our vendor to try and find the ways to keep people on the site and make sure that they get to where they want to easily as well.
Fantastic. And I know that there are more more flights being added to Monterey too. Hopefully that'll help the whole equation with direct flights going out in and out of Monterey.
Councilmember McAdams.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Jennifer and Paul, for being here. When we talk about, expanding groups and, really marketing to groups, I'm just wondering, is MCCVB, are you working in partnership with regards to like COVID safety protocols or checking vaccination cards? I recently went to the League of California Cities and they had on-site rapid testing. I know that we do have drive-through testing at the Monterey Airport, which is great, but I would just like to hear just about the safety protocols that are being put in place for groups and large conventions. Thank you.
So we worked closely with the conference center, the Monterey Conference Center, to design some of those safety protocols and move forward on those. We at our annual meeting this year, we even had fast testing for those who arrived without a vaccine card. So we're totally a part of that in terms of working with our partners to make sure that that's front and center for our sales effort to make sure that people know that we are a safe destination. Also point out that our CEO, Rob O'Keefe, is working on a task force under Visit California, that they are now this is the first time they're going into market for group as well. They've been primarily a leisure marketer, but they're getting a part of that. And so Rob is part of that, and safety and the protocols are definitely a part of that as well.
Great, thanks. Yeah, and I'd also like to add that Portola Hotel and Spa, they recently went into a partnership with Virus Geek. So it's the same outfit that's doing the rapid testing at the Monterey Regional Airport. They now have an on-site rapid testing site that's set up in the Pete's coffee area. The coffee shop has been closed due to the pandemic. So they've temporarily repurposed that space for Virus Geek. So anyone that comes into a conference at the conference center, they're able to just walk right next door to Portola and get a free rapid test done as well.
Great, thank you very much.
And let me add my thanks to both of you for being here today and giving us this presentation and all the efforts MCCVB takes to promote local tourism businesses here in Pacific Grove. Take care.
Thank you.
All right, we'll now move on to council and staff announcements. We have a report on the closed session. I'll take care of that. Tonight, council confirmed the charter responsibilities for the city manager. That's in, I believe, Article 19 in the charter, and provided work direction to our consultant, Ms. Dana Marshall, to improve or develop a new city manager performance evaluation framework and to lead a discussion on city manager goal setting. We'll have that meeting in 1 week on October 27th, starting at 6 p.m. And turn it over to
Mayor,
yes.
Point of order. There were actually 2 closed sessions that we need to report off on. Since the last open session, the council did meet on October 6th. Would you like me to report out on that?
Okay, yes.
Thank you. So the council did meet on October 6th at the close of its meeting, the regular meeting, and the council met pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.8 for a conference with the city's real property negotiators to discuss the price and terms of payment regarding Sloat Avenue. In the meeting, the council met with City Manager Ben Harvey, City Attorney David Laredo, and Special Counsel Elizabeth Hull to receive an update as to the status of the right-of-way on Sloat. General direction was provided, but there is no reportable action at this time. And that concludes my report. Thank you.
And thank you. Thank you for jumping in and filling that up. Mr. Harvey, do we have any staff announcements?
The only staff announcement I would have, Mayor, is that you have a long meeting ahead of you, as you know. You do have Elizabeth Krieger from, Elizabeth Hull from Best Best and Krieger, who is anticipating that you will get to item 12D this evening. So I just needed to point that out. Thank you.
Do we have any council member announcements? Councilmember Emilio.
Thank you, Mayor. November 11th is Veterans Day, and the event will be at Lovers Point, and it's from 10:30 in the morning to 11:30, and there'll be some music provided along with interfaith recognition and some speakers, and I think the mayor will be speaking too. But I just wanted to mention that.
Councilmember McAdams.
Thank you, Mayor. Today marks the Monterey Bay Aquarium's 37th anniversary. Hard to believe, but I was there at opening day, and it was a great memory as a child. We're very fortunate to have the aquarium for their tireless ocean conservation and education outreach. And I would like to thank the many residents who are volunteers and keep that place running. I do serve on AMBAG Board of Directors, and we are progressing through the upcoming 6th cycle of RENA. At the last AMBAG meeting, we had our first glimpse of the preliminary allocations. And if you'd like to review the methodology or the allocations, you can go to ambag.org and look at the October 13th meeting packet, or you're welcome to send me an email, and I'd be happy to provide that information for you. And then lastly, after about 3 months, I'm excited to say that the swings are back at Caledonia Park. They were installed this morning. I've had a few parents reach out to me asking about the swings, and I'm pleased that they're back. Thank you.
Without further council announcements, we'll go to general public comment. Do we have any general public comment? Ms. Kendall.
Yes, Mayor. Mo Amar, you have the floor.
Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor, members of City Council staff. First and foremost, thank you for your service. I'd like to announce that on October 30th, which is Saturday, we're having a Halloween event downtown. So far, 40 businesses have signed up for a trick and treat celebration. Please bring the family, kids. We will also have music and entertainment, and it's from 10 a.m. till 2 p.m. downtown Lighthouse Avenue, Forest, and several businesses. You can go to the chamber website for a listing of all the businesses. And thank you, Council Member Emilio, for sharing with us Veterans Day. I'd like to add that in addition to the speakers, we will have Voices of Monterey. Voices of Monterey is a great group that will be performing. We will also have, we've produced and printed unbelievable long sleeve, one of a kind Pacific Grove All-American shirts. And it's a limited edition, and we're gonna have a couple hundred of them to share with anybody that shows up that day. And I wanna thank Public Works and staff for assisting us with this event. Thank you very much and have a nice evening.
Thank you.
I have a telephone number with the last 3 digits, 465. You have the floor.
Welcome.
Hello?
Welcome.
Hello.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, I don't know if we did this right. We want to speak on the elm tree in Jewel Park. Are we at the right time, or do we have to come in later?
Could you hold your comments till later when that is on our agenda?
Okay, should I just stay on the line and later on press *9?
Yes,
All right, so just don't do anything, but later on when they call for the elm tree in Jewel Park, press *9, right?
I believe that's correct, but I'll check with our city clerk. Is that correct?
I believe that is correct. I don't have the instructions right in front of me, but I will certainly double check that.
Okay, and one last question. Are you going to move that elm tree in Jewel Park to an earlier time, or will it be around 8 o'clock when you talk about it?
Right now, it's on the agenda in the position as originally scheduled.
That's when it'll be around 8 then, right?
I've given up on forecasting when agenda items are heard, sir.
Okay, I'll just stay on the phone here, and when they call comments for the elm tree in Jewel Park, I'll press *9, all right?
Okay. Sounds good.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Carmelita Garcia, you have the floor.
Welcome.
Thank you very much. First of all, I want to thank all of you for your service. I know it's a very challenging job these days. First, I would like to say thank you to Public Works and to the city. I have been using the work order request on the city's website quite often to report things that I see, and I generally send along a photograph. And the response time has been great to correct the different situations that I forward to them. So I just wanted to acknowledge their good work and good response time. Secondly, I'm not sure which council member represents the city on MST on the board of directors, but for whatever reason, the big bus is running through town, which is okay, it always has, but it's also running through the Asilomar area, which raises a lot of concern for me because it's heavily populated with deer and squirrels and raccoon, and the ridership is minimal, if anything. There's a bus stop right at Crocker and Pico, which, you know, maybe one person every 2 or 3 months takes the bus. And quite frankly, I'd like to see that stop discontinued. There's just isn't a need for it because people can pick it up on Asilomar. I know a lot of hospitality workers are down there. So whoever sits on it, if they would take that to the next board meeting, I would appreciate it. And also, you know, I think now is the time, and I would hope that the individual would begin talking to MST about getting the trolley back to Pacific Grove during the summer months. I know when I served, I was able to get the trolley in town, and it was a very big success, in my opinion. It reduced traffic and it brought in a lot of tourists to enjoy the shops and the restaurants we have in town. So now is the time, I believe, to begin for next summer and to get the city's bid in for that. That's it. It's raining, which is great. And again, I just thank all of you for your service. Thank you.
Thank you.
I see no other hands raised, Mr. Mayor.
All right. We'll now turn to the consent agenda. I have one item to pull, 9B. That's special events. And let's move that to 12G, 12 good G. Okay. Does any other, Councilmember Tomlinson?
Thank you, Mayor. And so this is a little bit out of ordinary, but as far as the regular agenda, having the city or the outside attorney on the call for 4 hours seems like a little bit of waste of money. So is it too late to recommend moving that forward?
You wish to make a motion?
I do. I move that we hear the item that has Ms. Hall on the line waiting as a special counsel for us. So it would be item 12D right after the consent agenda.
I'm not hearing a second.
I don't know. Did you ask for one? Is there?
I'll second it.
Okay.
May we have a vote, please?
Mayor Peak,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Smith,
Aye.
Council members Emilio,
Aye.
Coletti,
Aye.
McAdams,
Aye.
Baduri,
Aye.
and Tomlinson.
Aye. And I apologize for doing that out of order tonight. Sorry.
Motion carries 6-1 to move 12C to be heard directly after the consent agenda.
That would be 12D.
Point of
D
order,
as
it'd
in
be 12D.
David.
Oh, thank you.
And we're going to go back to the consent agenda. I realized that was out of order, but let's go back to the consent agenda. One item's been pulled. Council members, any other item to be pulled from the consent agenda? Seeing
Mayor,
none? Go ahead, Councilmember Coletti.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a quick comment for those who may be looking for the check register report. The agenda item has it linked to September 2020. It actually is 2021, obviously, and that can be found in the errata, which is also on our city council webpage. Just a point of clarification. Thank you, Your Honor.
And that item is in the consent agenda. Do we have anyone from the public wishing to pull a consent agenda item?
I see no hands raised.
May we have a vote on the amended consent agenda?
Do we need a motion first, Mr. Mayor?
Yes, I move to approve the amended consent agenda, and I'm looking for a second.
I'll second it.
Do we need to go out for public input, Your Honor?
We've already done general public comment.
No, whether a member of the city or public wanted to pull an item, I'm sorry.
Yes, yeah, we did that.
Okay.
I'll take a vote. Mayor Peak,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Smith,
Aye.
Council members Emilio,
Aye.
Coletti,
Aye.
McAdams,
Aye.
Baduri,
Aye.
Tomlinson.
Aye.
Motion carries 7-0 to approve the consent agenda as amended.
So council just approved minutes from the city council regular meeting of October 6th. We've also held a second reading of an ordinance amending the fiscal year 21-22 operating and capital budget. We've received a report, the check register report from Ms. Legoska. Thank you. We've received from her also a core revenue status report for September 2021. And we received a report of local emergency actions from Mr. Harvey. Thank you. And we've authorized the city to enter into an agreement with DTA to evaluate cost, revenue, and break-even calculations for the city's local water project business plan for a cost not to exceed $12,500. That's from Mr. Go. Thank you. We have approved an extension to an amendment of a contract with Kimley Horn for environmental services related to the American Tin Cannery project from Director Hunter. Thank you. We've received minutes from the Architectural Review Board from August and the Beautification Natural Resources Commission from July. And we're now on to agenda item 11A. Ordinance to approve an amendment to the fiscal year 2021 operating and capital improvement project. Director Hannah, welcome.
Point of order, Your Honor.
Yes.
You did
What's your point?
readjust the agenda
Oh,
to
I'm
now
sorry.
hear.
You're right. I'm on autopilot. Yes, thank you. All right, we're on to item 12D, which is letter of intent to convey street right of way for the American Tin Cannery project. Ms. Hull. And
Mr. Mayor, I'm sorry. We need to ask the city clerk or yourself, whoever is the host right now, to promote the phone number beginning in 760. That is Elizabeth Hull to panelists. May I ask the city clerk to please do that?
Yes, sir.
I think she is there now, Ms. Hull.
I've provided permission
go.
to speak. Unfortunately, it does not allow me to promote her as a panelist.
Okay, I think she is available and with us.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes.
Thank you.
Excellent. Very good. I apologize. I am running between a previous council meeting to this council meeting, so I haven't been able to log on yet. But we can talk about this. So we have at the council's direction in closed session, we've been in closed session a number of times to talk about this project. And so before you tonight is a letter of intent, which outlines some preliminary terms for a potential transaction with Forsum and Comstock for the sale or conveyance of the Sloat Avenue, and then also a payment for the encroachment area on Ocean Avenue, I believe it's called. The terms of the letter of intent are fairly basic. It's really just to set out that we're going to continue to talk. We are going to look at a sale transaction of some kind. We are still doing some title work on the property to ensure that what we convey is the appropriate, is conveyed through the appropriate mechanism, I guess is the appropriate way to say it. And it's really just to set out some talking terms over the next 2 or 3 months while we try to bring this transaction to a close. And I'm available to answer any questions you may have about the terms of the letter of intent or our conversations to date with the developers.
All right, should we go out to public comment?
Yes, sir. Extension 880, you have the floor.
Welcome.
Hi, it's Jana Cohen. I actually have a question for the attorney, and what I'm wondering is if you are doing a chain of title search.
Mayor, it's public comment. Did you want me to respond to that, or do you want to just take comments?
We'll just, we don't normally respond to questions during public comment.
That's fine. But so that is my question basically, but I'll then go on. The reason why I'm asking that is because it comes from another question of, does the city own the portions of the right-of-ways to be vacated, or were they easements? And without full information, things could somehow become messy later. There's enough information now that the answer should be found, because I've been contacting a lot of people, figuring things out, and see that I'm getting closer to getting to an answer, but it's still not there. So I spoke with Heather Tremper at Old Republic Title in Monterey again today. And after discussing and further explaining about the vacation, I sent her the University Tract Edition map of 1909. She is referring it to the person who does the chain of title searches to see what this would entail. It is to both the developers and the city's best interest to have this information. As you know, I am opposed to vacating both portions, the encroached portion by the factory building facade and the loss of Sloat Avenue that is important to the adjoining neighborhood, and hope that all alternatives can still be considered. because by shifting things around, in my opinion, everyone stands to benefit more. So thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bob Oliver, you have the floor.
Welcome.
Hello.
Hello.
I actually, at that point, my hand was down, but I did want to speak to this. I just wanted to ensure that council had said that this would take several months to get to a final decision. And I wanted to make sure that if it got set up any quicker than that, there was some mechanism for notifying people. That's all I have to comment on. Thank you.
Thank you.
Lisa Ciani, you have the floor.
Welcome.
Thank you. The timing of this item is not consistent with the information on the city's ATC Hotel and Commercial Project website, which states, quote, "The City Council's consideration of the street vacation and purchase and sale agreement, as well as any appeal or call-up of the Planning Commission's decision, will follow the Planning Commission's action as soon as is feasible." You've already had over a dozen private closed session meetings about price and terms for Sloat Avenue, which likely has affected the applicant's lack of response to one of ARB's recommendations regarding the location of the service entrance. This public item does not follow the Planning Commission's action, it precedes it. The letter of intent is not binding, but it certainly constitutes consideration of the street vacation and purchase and sale agreement in a public meeting. And prejudices Planning Commission's consideration of the project. Thank you.
Thank you.
Rebecca Lee, you have the floor.
Welcome.
Thank you so much. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Thanks for hearing me on this. It seems to me that hearing this issue tonight seems premature when the discussion over the ARB's recommendations hasn't really been concluded, and the Planning Commission is having a hearing on it next week where size will still be considered. We know what the developer wants, but the fact is the size hasn't yet been finally determined. And so this seems to me to be premature and presumptive. When I talk with people on the street, they often think that any controversy is about whether or not to have a hotel or shops the way it is now, not the size. So we're still really needing helium balloons or story poles so that the public can really gauge the size. And without these, people won't really think that it's only they think it's only the ATC building that's going to be replaced, and they're confused and they don't know that Sloat will even cease to exist. So I think it's really our duty, and you need to take more steps to make the scope of this project clear. And all that should take place before we're taking steps to transfer Sloat right-of-ways. So can you please move this agenda item to a future date? Thank you.
Thank you.
Anthony Ciani, you have the floor.
Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor Peak and members of the council. I've written before and I've spoken before on this item. I'm going to speak again on it. This is premature. The action is a project under CEQA because abandonment of Sloat Avenue is an integral part of the ATC project, and approval of the letter would be a commitment to the ATC project under CEQA, the California Environmental Quality Act. Such a commitment may occur legally only after completion and certification of the CEQA environmental document, which has not yet occurred. You should carefully consider these and other comments in opposition, and you should not act on the project tonight. I want to make sure that every spoken and written communication that I've made to the City Council, Planning Commission, ARB, and other portions of the city's agencies is part of the record tonight and going forward. This is premature. It's a cart before the horse. It appears as a preemptive influence on how the Planning Commission will act next week when they consider this project. Why are you doing this now? This is unconscionable. Thank you.
Thank you.
Inga Lawrence and Doimer, you have the floor.
Welcome.
Thank you. Of course, I agree with all the previous speakers, and I just wonder, this should not even be on the agenda tonight. It should not. It is way premature. It should have gone to the Planning Commission first. They have snuck in from Foursome today, we had an amendment to the City Council meeting again, hours before the City Council meeting, where Foursome sends back a redlined version of their letter of intent, where they have added in indemnity for themselves for any losses, liabilities, claims arising out of the presence, use, generation, storage, release, disposal of hazardous materials existing on the property prior to the closing. I mean, they have snuck in things that, and they know there are hazardous things on there already from the dry cleaner. And it's in their CEQA, in their 1,000 pages that very few citizens of Pacific Grove ever read. Okay, we're not hearing the project tonight, but the thing is, we shouldn't be hearing this either. This letter of intent is intending to do something that a project that has not gone through the right reviews. It has not yet gone to planning. This should have, by our charter, gone to planning first. This process, the whole process, has been so flawed and so controlled and so limited by city staff that the public has no chance in heck of even understanding. Our story poles are still not up, which are requirements under so many things. There are no safety issues there. Something could be floated up there and everybody knows it. It is just the city staff that is limiting. There is a copyright on plans that we can't print out. I can't get to City Hall and go up and even try and ascertain in that little conference room up off of the City Hall is toxic to my health right now. And then to have this tonight, you're talking about 300 feet away from me and turning my street into a service garbage entrance. It is not acceptable. We are the only residential neighborhood that is on one side, and these plans, it's not a done deal. It is just not a done deal yet.
Thank you.
Michelle, you have the floor.
Welcome.
Thank you. I have addressed the inadequacies of the letter itself in my written response. And I just want to say that agree with the previous speakers, that this letter is totally premature in its submission. And we need to have the hearing and we need to have the public speak out about the service entrance and the discussions that need to be held before the Planning Commission. before any of this takes place. And I really hope you just defer this until after the Planning Commission hearing. Thank you.
Thank you.
No other hands are raised, Mr. Mayor. I'm sorry, somebody just raised their hand. Carrie Ratali, you have the floor.
Welcome.
Hi, good evening. I'll be brief because I'm actually attending this meeting to hear about other items later on, but this caught my attention. With the American Tin Cannery project, there's so much going on, so many balls up in the air, and I know you guys are doing your best. I hope that you're doing your best. I don't live near it, but I'm hearing, you know, some of the neighbors that live near the project voice their concerns. And I just want to, I don't know, just ask that you consider the neighborhood, consider that you want the support of the community, and it shouldn't be a fight at every turn for something like this. It should all flow easily and feel good for everyone. And if you've got this much opposition or resistance to something like this, that should be sending a message to you. So I just wanted to share that. Maybe don't make a decision on this particular item, the Sloat Avenue, you know, access or whatever, the sale, the vacation, whatever you want to call it. Maybe wait until the Planning Commission has done their thing and just follow that process. And I respect you and thank you for your time. Thank you.
Thank you.
No other hands are raised, Mr. Mayor.
Council discussion on this item?
Mr. Mayor, would you like me to respond to any of those comments? I am back at my computer now and have the letter of intent up, so I'm happy to address any questions the council may have, or if you want me to address any of the issues that have been raised during comment, just let me know.
All right. Well, thank you very much, Ms. Hull, for making the offer. Let's see. Council members all heard the same thing that you did. So let's see if they have particular questions from the public that they'd like you to answer. Councilmember McAdams.
Thank you, Mayor, and hello, Ms. Hall. So I'm just wondering, we received an errata of the redlined version that was provided pretty late this afternoon. And have you had a chance to review it?
I have actually. The change regarding the indemnity language that was evidenced in there was actually just an oversight. It should have been included originally. It was a term that we had discussed, and both Comstock's counsel and I talked about it, but then realized later that it wasn't actually included. In a development deal like this, it is very, very common for the person who's selling a property, right, or conveying a property, is responsible for what's on the site before you sell it, and then the developer is responsible for what's on the site after you sell it. And so that was, you know, it's a fairly standard term. We included in the LOI. Now we can negotiate that, and as we move towards some sort of purchase and sale or conveyance agreement, whatever the appropriate agreement will be when we get to that point, that is still up for discussion. Just because it's in this letter of intent doesn't mean that we're going to agree to indemnify them for that.
Great, thank you. And then with the legal description that they provided on the title and in the description, it refers to it as sloats, plural. And so, and I also read that I guess the legal description is from like 1909. So perhaps over time it evolved and lost the S, but is that imperative? Is that a spelling error? Is that how it is?
So that is, oh, I'm sorry, I have a weird echo. That is how it was described on the document that we received. It's not legally binding. It's just so that we all kind of know what piece of property we're talking about. I did notice that also, but I also know that, you know, it's referred to now as Sloat Avenue. So that's one of the title issues that we're going to clear up between now and when we enter into a legally binding agreement. It was just really designed. It was the only legal description that I had at my disposal right now that I was able to attach so that people would have notice as to what what area we were talking about. But those types of things will get cleaned up as we do the title work, as we get closer to an actual agreement.
Great. And so this letter of intent is not an agreement.
This letter of intent is a non-binding expression of some potential terms that we may agree to in the future. It is not a project under CEQA. It does not require CEQA review. It is actually the very common first step in a discussion with a developer. It shows that the developer has the right to be talking to you, and you have the right to be talking to that developer about it, that we're in agreement that we're going to talk about it. And so, for example, when you do CEQA, when you do entitlements, those sorts of things, a developer files an application. Generally, they need to show that they have some right to be processing an application over that. This letter of intent, it's often called an exclusive right to negotiate or an exclusive negotiating agreement. Those may be other terms that you've heard it used to refer to it. And it's really just the document that says, we're going to agree to talk about this and look at processing a project. It is the very first step in the real estate portion of the transaction related to a development deal.
Great. Thank you so much. And I am very grateful to have you on board to guide us through this process.
My pleasure. Again, I apologize. My council meeting before this ran long, so I was a little late getting to you, but I apologize for that.
No worries.
Councilmember Tomlinson.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Ms. Hull. I absolutely support this letter of intent. I understand all the things you just said. And the reason I support it is because it is non-binding. It is a first step. Next week is when the Planning Commission will be looking to potentially adopt the EIR and approve the conditional use permit. Potentially not, and there is still going to be discussion going on with the Planning Commission. But I think that as a developer, being able to show site control and that these types of conversations are underway is a critical first step. And as far as a timing consideration goes, I think that this would have happened many, many months ago. We've been having this discussion about wanting to have these types of real estate conversations with the developer for 20 plus meetings now, or maybe even more. And thank you for coming in and helping fix things here. Although I feel like it's late for us to be putting this letter of intent into the with the developer. So I'm glad we're hearing it tonight. I approve the recommended, I agree with the recommended action. And I think that we're getting it in just under the wire before the Planning Commission hears it. Thanks.
Councilmember Coletti.
Thank you, Your Honor. Well, I heard what the public said, and I understand where they're coming from. I don't like seeing a document we're going to execute on coming in at the last minute. Came in this afternoon. There are typos in there under the brokerage commission. It says city is not represented by BUY. That should be just BY, obviously. And when you see this kind of stuff in Sloats Avenue, it just kind of gives me the feeling that, this whole process is about due diligence. I mean, going all the way back to the beginning. And then when you see the document arrive on the day of the council meeting, that just, to me, that sends up a red flag. And the reason why, and we've got case example here, our LCP, which we just recently amended to allow appurtenances for all parcels on the ATC site, was thrown in at the last minute when council adopted the LCP to send to Coastal Commission. And because there was this last minute flurry of inserting language and this and that, we had to come back 2 years later and clean it all up again. So I don't mind waiting another week or so before the Planning Commission has a hearing on the EIR and the use permit. I don't like doing things based on rushing it through, last minute submissions, et cetera. Just, that's not how you do it. Not for big projects, not for anything really. So let me go back and circle back to some of the questions that were asked, because I think there were some good questions asked during public comment. So it's your understanding, Ms. Hull, that the city may or may not actually own the property, is that correct? And I'm speaking to Sloat Avenue here.
So I think, as one of the speakers commented, the map from 1909 that we've reviewed is a little bit ambiguous. And so we've looked at that. And if the city doesn't own the underlying fee title, then in theory, it's owned by the property owners on either side when the city would vacate the street easement. So, you know, that's an issue that we need to resolve as to whether or not we do own the underlying fee title. If not, then, you know, the developer would still need the city's approval. We'd still need to vacate that street for the project to go forward. And we could look at entering into a development agreement with them to address some public benefits, including a payment for the value of that land that we believe we own. But I have not been able to confirm that through title, and that some of that research is being done. I think the speaker, and I apologize, I didn't catch her name, commented that you know, it would be in both parties' best interest, and I would agree. If we can figure that out, it would be good to know. But it may not be something that we can actually confirm. And if that's the case, then we would convey it by a quit claim deed, which basically says we're conveying whatever interest we may have, and we're not going to give them any representations or warranties associated with that transfer and title. But again, if the developer, I believe, is also researching this issue, you know, and when we have confirmation, we'll figure that out. But for purposes of the letter of intent, you'll see that it doesn't say necessarily that we're going to sell them precisely the property. We're going to have a conveyance of some kind, and that's what we intend here. Exactly what that nature of that conveyance is, we'll figure out once we know for sure what the title is.
Yes, and we may convey, as you point out, just our interest in the property such that it is. But you also point out on the first page that a quitclaim deed we may not actually be able to purchase title insurance for that type of conveyance. And the speaker, by the way, was Janet Cohen. She's a resident of Pacific Grove. So you've looked at the subdivision map for the university tract. I believe that was recorded in 1909.
Correct.
Was there any associated documents that were also recorded, like terms or any description that you've been able to find?
Not that I have found yet.
Okay, so I guess I know this letter of intent is non-binding, and Councilmember Tomlinson is right. There have been more iterations on this particular issue than than anyone can count, I think, at this point. I do think we're getting to a point where we are more legally defensible, or we have a more legally defensible position. And I think if the public wants to take any solace from that, they should, because the last thing we want is a snafu with this. So why not pursue a chain of title first before going into a letter of intent?
Again, because a letter of intent is really the very first step. And if you can't come to terms, you know, as loose as they are under a letter of intent, I wouldn't advise you to spend the time and money to, you know, research those title issues. that's really the second step, right? This is the first step where, hey, we want to meet, we want to start talking, we want to explore what the issues are, right? Find out what else we may or may not know about this project. That's what happens after you enter the letter of intent and both parties have agreed that they are interested in spending that time pursuing those questions, answering, those issues and moving forward. We may get to the end and find that, we can't make a deal, or we decide we don't want to do this, or we may find that the EIR comes back and says that there are environmental concerns. I don't know yet, right? That's the process that we're going through. So again, I would agree with Councilmember Tomlinson and others who have said it. This is the type of thing you would have normally done 6 months ago when you first started talking to this developer. But I think it's important to get it in place now so that you have this framework that you're working under, and we can start to identify those still remaining outstanding questions. You've done a lot of work already because you do have a draft of an EIR. You've got some entitlements that you've been working towards. This is just one of the preliminary steps. It's sort of the foundation of your deal. And if you want to end up with a deal where you feel as though you've checked all the boxes, done the research, followed all the steps, I would recommend this as the first step, because this starts your foundation and your framework to move towards that. And doing the title work is something that you do after you get the LOI and you're moving forward and you realize that you have a title issue. We just happened to discover it earlier.
Well, regarding the 6 months that we should have done it 6 months ago, all I can say is thank God Almighty we didn't. And I'm kind of at that same position now. I don't agree that this is the letter of intent is the first step. The letter of intent deals with one thing, the sale of the property. Well, who owns the property? We don't know that yet. So in my mind, the first step is to find out who owns the property and then go in from there. I do think this is a little bit of a cart before the horse. I do think that the cost of getting the title insurance, if anything should have happened 6 months ago, it should have been that we went out and found out, did a chain of title on this property. So I'm feeling rushed, and I never vote. I don't like voting when I'm feeling rushed. I don't like documents showing in at the last minute. I do understand where you're coming from, and I do understand the intent of a letter of intent. But again, it's how it's all kind of coming together, and those are my comments for now. Thank you, Mayor.
Mayor Pro Tempore Smith.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you. I am supportive of the letter. It is the first step in the process. And let me just say that after hearing the comments of special counsel tonight, I'm very impressed with her knowledge, and I'm very confident in her leadership on this project. And so I don't think we can be in better hands, honestly. And she's already identified an issue that most people wouldn't even have identified by now. So that's a good sign. That's a positive sign. So this has been going on for a very long time. It's not rushed. And now we're just taking the first step. It's still subject to all of our city review. So for those reasons, I'm supportive, and that's it. Thank you.
Councilmember Emilio.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm ready to make a motion. I think this is a common sense issue, first step, and I appreciate Mrs. Hull's expertise on this, and I'm willing to make a motion on this.
I'd like to make a couple of comments. Well, thank you, Ms. Hull, for bringing this forward. I think this is meeting number 14 on this particular item. Ms. Hull has been with us 12, 13, and today 14, if I'm not mistaken. I thank you very much for charting a new and much more knowledgeable path. And so, well, one thing I want to point out is to the public that this is the first time a document on Sloat Avenue has been published from the city regarding these discussions. So at least we're making that step forward in transparency. I'll acknowledge that this is a non-binding document. And so there is, I'm sure, a lot of discussion on what the final document might be, and that would be after Planning Commission has heard. This letter of intent does not specifically address the development that's will be considered by the Planning Commission. So I think this is a good document to move forward. I do have one other concern I hadn't heard before, and it's why the word "or" has been placed in the closing paragraph. Ms. Hull?
I'm just pulling up the language. Dun, 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 dun. Settlement period closing. So I think what you're talking about is the last sentence in that paragraph where it says city shall not vacate the right of way until such time as developer is irrevocably committed to or has paid the payment amount, which may include an all cash payment or a profit participation payment or a combination of both forms of consideration. Was that the or you were concerned about?
Yes.
So the reason it's written that way is because although the form of payment is still to be negotiated, right? We've talked about in this letter, an all cash payment at closing, or the language that the developer might be interested in, which is some sort of profit participation or some combination. That part is still to be resolved. So we're not going to close on the property, or we're not going to vacate the right of way until such time that the developer is either irrevocably committed. So if the council were to entertain the concept of some sort of participation in the project, right? They're not going to pay us that money until after the project is built. And therefore we would have an irrevocable commitment from them to pay us, but we wouldn't actually have the cash, or we would have the cash in hand at the vacation. They would have already paid us. So because, that negotiation as to the timing of the payment hasn't been completed yet, that's the reason it says or right now.
Well, thank you very much for that explanation. It leaves me completely unsettled on this. You seem to allude to the fact that there would, under this intent, that there would be closing and transfer. The city would vacate the street, and the adjacent property owners would have it, and we would not be paid for it for perhaps quite a long time. I'm
not saying that's what's going to happen, because as you see, the language also includes an all cash payment, which I believe will be the city's preference. But the developer is interested in discussing at some point potentially a combination. And because it's a letter of intent and we haven't negotiated the final deal, their request that language be included.
Okay, I understand that. I just to be clear, I've been a participant in a few escrow documents, and payment is always made at the closing. So I would expect nothing less. One other question came up from this discussion. You had mentioned that if, assuming the city does not own the street in fee, that it's equally held by the adjacent property owners, then shouldn't we be talking to all the property owners, not just for some development?
My understanding is that Foursome owns either side of the right of way.
Not completely.
Not for the whole one.
So
that's something we may have to look at.
So this document, this letter of intent, I believe is accurate because it includes Sloat from Dewey to Eardley. And looking at the ATC documents, it's quite clear that they're going to need, under their present plans, all of the street, which includes two or at least two other property owners. So I would, so your comments lead me to wonder if there is something missing from this letter of intent.
We addressed the two properties. And here, I believe. Dun, dun, dun.
It does talk about easement for the other property owners, but it doesn't if they truly, if we vacated the street and they truly owned up to the center line of the street, then we probably should be talking to them as well.
Well, again, and this is one of the reasons we need to resolve this title issue. So if we were to vacate the street, right? The street's this long, we vacate the street, and part of that isn't the developer, Forsum or Comstock, doesn't own the property adjacent, right? Someone else owns that property. That land would revert to whoever owns that side property. So I would argue that the developer should be talking to those people, because they're going to potentially need to negotiate an easement with them if that person owns the fee title. So again, it gets to the underlying issue that we've talked about already, which is I need some time to resolve this title issue.
Okay, my last question concerns the environmental liability. So if we're absolving the foursome, which I understand, you know, we're not selling them an environmental liability, then I would assume there'd be some testing or something to assess what is the current state of the soil. Is that standard practice?
That is. So during the due diligence period, you know, well, really between when we enter the letter of intent through when the due diligence period concludes under whatever document we use, the phase one would be done, and potentially, depending on what the phase one showed, a phase two environmental study could be done, which would involve some borings potentially. But again, those are all sort of the steps once we move forward and we understand both the title and the original, have the initial phase one analysis of the environmental.
All right. Well, thank you very much. I guess in my closing comments are with the ATC project, there are so many pieces to this project, and it's not possible to do them all at once. And so this gets us down that path of learning more about this component of the proposed project. So I'm in support. Councilmember Coletti.
Well, one final thought, Your Honor, and I'll be brief, but following up on your point of the two other property owners adjacent to Sloat in between Eardley and Dewey, Exhibit A mentions an area of 0.61 acres. So that is the entire length of the street between those two bounds, Eardley and Dewey. So, you know, Ms. Hull, and I am so glad we, compared to where we were, I am very glad we hired Ms. Hull. There's no doubt about it. But she herself mentions she needs time to resolve these property title issues. I say let's give her the time and let's resolve them first, because that truly is the first step, and not the letter of intent. So I would support that, but I can't support putting the cart before the horse. Thank you.
Councilmember Emilio, you had a motion.
Yeah. Make a motion to approve and provide authorization for the mayor to execute the letter of intent on behalf of the city.
A second.
Was that Councilmember Tomlinson as a second?
Yes.
Thank you.
May we have a vote?
Councilmember Emilio,
Yes. Yes.
Councilmember Tomlinson,
Yes.
Mayor Peak,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Smith,
Aye.
Councilmembers Coletti,
No.
Councilmember McAdams,
Aye.
and Councilmember Paduri.
Aye.
Motion carries 6-1.
I have one question, either for Ms. Hull or perhaps Mr. Harvey. Going forward on this item, does this go back, or perhaps our city attorney, does this go back into closed session? Or since we've already opened this topic in open session, does it continue in open session?
No, I'm not sure if Dave's on the phone, but as we continue to negotiate the price and terms, to the extent that your negotiators need direction on confidential matters, we would go back into closed session. I don't want to come and negotiate an open session, a purchase price, right? And you say, we will not take less than, $1. And then they know that they can offer me $1 and then we'll go. So, those types of things would happen in closed session.
And when you say price and terms, are you referring to everything that's in this letter of intent that's negotiable?
Yes. Those are all terms of the transaction.
All right. And our city attorney and city manager, you're agreeable with that?
Through the mayor, yes, Your Honor. We certainly are in alignment with Ms. Hull and that stance. When this comes back for future negotiation, it should go to closed session. Thank you.
Any idea on schedule, Your Honor?
That's a great question.
Is that directed at me? So I need to meet with Mr. Harvey and the city attorney, and then we will continue to meet with the developer. I don't have a schedule for you right now, but we'll continue to move forward in a timely fashion.
So I think the answer is unknowable at this time.
Exactly.
All right. Moving on to item 11A, ordinance to approve an amendment to the fiscal year 21-22 operating and capital improvement budget. Welcome, Ms. Hannah, Director Hannah.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, Council, and members of the public. The item that I have before you this evening is to approve an ordinance amending the fiscal year 21-22 budget. This amendment reflects the additional American Rescue Plan Act funds that the city has received. That's an additional receipt of $394,000. Just as a reminder that this is dispersed to the city in 2 increments, one in this fiscal year, and the next fiscal year, we should be receiving $1.8 million. And that $1.8 million allocation would be discussed as part of the fiscal year 22-23 budget process. The remainder of the ARPA funds for this fiscal year have been incorporated in the budget to assist with offsetting the cost of eliminating the furlough and also reinstating some of the positions and also reinstating some of the funding that was taken away from some of the city programs. Also, if you recall from the last budgetary presentation, we came in better than anticipated from a fund balance perspective in the general fund. This leaves about $365,000 above reserve requirements that is available for appropriation. And we'll also be looking at some proposed adjustments to other funds. Just as a recap, the American Rescue Plan Act funds were provided in response to COVID-19 there was approximately 350 billion awarded to state, local, territorial, and tribal governments. They gave 5 different options of how you can use these funds, and they're listed on this screen. The city qualifies under the address negative impacts caused by the pandemic, and also qualifies under replace the lost public sector revenue criteria. The city has initially elected to go with the replace lost public sector revenue category because it provides the most flexibility and also an ease of reporting and use of the funds. Some of the items that are included in this amendment include some reclassifications. Within the general fund, there's close to $87,000 in changes. This includes transitioning a custodian to a maintenance worker for business purposes. After the public works reclassification and changes within their department for restructure, they found that this position would be better served as being a maintenance worker. Also in community development, there's an assistant planner transitioning to an associate planner to reflect the type of work that the individual is doing. Also, we recently had a vacancy in the IT intern position, and ideally we'd like to reclassify that to a half-time IT support specialist, which is the same full-time equivalency to get someone who has a little bit more experience coming into the position. There's also a need to increase the recreation program supervisor by a quarter of a full-time equivalency. This would move this position from half-time to 3/4 time. And we're also anticipating up to a 6-month vacancy in the information technology department in addition to the vacant IT intern. So we were considering using some funding for either interim support for a temporary position, and this would also assist potentially with the GIS master plan, which will be presented at a council meeting in November. And then in addition, we're looking to transition some temporary salaries to regular positions. Within the city salary schedule, we have regular positions and we have temporary salaries, which are those that are usually for positions that are seasonal or on call. And what we're doing in this instance is we're taking some of the value of those seasonal salaries, on-call salaries, and making it into 2.75 library clerk positions. And so there will be no impact to the budget because we're just re-exchanging those temporary for regular salaries. The other action is in a prior council meeting, a new employment agreement was reached for the city manager. This also includes the funding to support that agreement. In other funds, the city is looking for an interim lighthouse docent coordinator, and this is to assist in cross-training due to a pending position vacancy. This will allow an overlap of the positions to train on this unique position. Another cost-neutral transition is temporary salaries, again, similar to library, is taking the value of a quarter of a position in temporary salaries and creating a half-time position. So that would leave 2 half-time office assistants within the cemetery. In your council agenda packet, there's descriptions of the proposed capital improvement projects. This includes the Caledonia Park Children's Area, the Del Monte stormwater improvements, the Jewel Park gazebo repair and maintenance, and the first phase of the Coastal Trail downtown extension, which includes public outreach and design. The public works staff has also provided some information on alternate projects that may be substituted if council chooses. These projects were selected as they were previously deferred due to COVID-19. Other items in the general fund, animal patrol vehicle is needed. There's also some descriptive information on that, as well as beginning to transfer some funds back to the vehicle replacement fund for the fire engine. While we realize that this is a minimal amount, it could begin the start of refunding to purchase that vehicle. Along with that, council may also consider whether or not they want to choose to refinance the fire truck. That could be a subject to finance a fire truck. That could be a subject that's at a later meeting where council could explore whether or not the potential rise in the cost of the vehicle is relevant to the cost of financing it over possibly a 10-year period. The other item is a COVID-19 employee bonus incentive. Several cities are offering employees some type of incentive for working through the COVID-19 pandemic. City is proposing to offer all regular employees up to a $500 prorated amount based upon their time in service during fiscal year 2021. That total amount is $42,000. We're also looking at a shortfall in the liability fund. As you may recall, we stopped contributing as much money to the internal service funds as a result of the pandemic. This replenishes and balances that budget through this year. In addition, the $10,000 related to the Public Works Fire city contribution would be coming from that liability fund. There was also a suggestion at the last council meeting to include funding to transfer monies that were in the general fund budget for water entitlement sales to the local water project. This includes that 100,000 proposed transfer, as well as the budget amendment for the study related to the local water project's business plan that was approved earlier in the consent agenda. This transfer and adjustment to the local water project is anticipated to still result in a potential negative fund balance of $27,000. However, what we've seen in the first year when we were out of drought conditions, the local water project demand was greater and revenues exceeded our expectations. So it has anticipated that if drought conditions continue into this next year, that there should be sufficient funds to cover that deficit. And also council is also actively looking at that, at the local water project from a sustainability perspective. Just as a recap from the budget, this has been adjusted for the preliminary beginning fund balance that we've seen. We would have ended, we're projecting to end this year now at 9.6 million. Within your agenda packet, you approved an ordinance to amend the budget for carry forwards. That would leave the city with a $9.5 million fund balance, which was about $365,000 above the reserve limits. Now, with these proposed changes, we are going to be recognizing the revenue from the American Rescue Plan Act funds, as well as suggesting correlating expenditures and also suggesting some expenditures that council had suggested, as well as some other items that staff has identified. This brings the estimated ending fiscal year 21-22 fund balance to $9.3 million. And if we look at this from a compliance perspective with the council reserve policy, this places us $121,000 still above our reserve limits. So with that, I conclude my presentation.
Do we have any public comment?
I see one hand raised. Bob Oliver, you have the floor.
Welcome.
I'm sorry, I have my hand down. I think that when you have your hand up at some point, that must register, even though you take your hand down, it's not showing you that that's registering.
Mr. Oliver, I'm showing your hand is raised currently. So you might have it backwards.
Okay. And I see that Mr. Oliver has been promoted to a panelist. So, all All right, do we have anyone else wishing to speak from the public?
No, sir, no other hands are raised.
Council discussion on the item? Councilmember McAdams.
Thank you, Mayor. So I'm just curious with regards to the American Rescue Plan allocations, what community feedback did staff use to support these recommendations?
In working with the city manager, we had looked at some of the original items that were deferred, since this was a smaller amount and not the original $1.8 million. It was based on some of the staff recommendations.
Okay, and so then just wondering, going back to the prior 1.8 million, what public, like what community input have we been using to figure out how to use these funds?
I believe the majority of the input was to come in with the second phase of the funds. The first phase was primarily to close the budget gaps. Like, for instance, with the revenues that we had at that time, it wasn't anticipated that we could that we would still have to continue with a furlough if we did not have that influx of funds, as well as we wouldn't be able to bring back some of the positions and staffing and fund items like the EDC and some other typically funded items. So really, those were just used at that point to make the city whole.
Thank you. So just a general comment, and I know I've said this before, you know, I mean, this is really a unique opportunity to invest in our community. I am hopeful that we'll never endure another pandemic in our lifetime. And so for us as a council, you know, we can really make a significant investment in our community's well-being. And then, you know, it would be really helpful for us to have an understanding of what the community would like. And I know a lot of cities are doing town halls, having surveys, other community engagement. I forwarded to my colleagues earlier today, Zen City, they have like a 3-part blog and a booklet and draft surveys, all sorts of information on how we can engage our community. And so I really am just gonna put that out there again. So as far as the suggested capital improvement projects, the ones that I do support are the picnic tables at Caledonia, the Jewel Park gazebo and maintenance. I would like to suggest that we add additional funds to that. So we are prepared for additional work at Jewel Park needed if applicable. The animal control vehicle and the fire truck transfer, like those are easy for me. I support those. So the other two, the 75,000 for the coastal trail downtown extension, I just want to be clear, that's for planning. That's for an architect or something. That is not the project. Is that correct? And perhaps Mr. Goes here, he could speak to that.
Yes, Councilmember McAdams, through the mayor, that is correct. That would just be a planning effort at this point to see what's feasible and how we could connect Lovers Point to the downtown area. So yes, just a planning effort. You are correct.
Okay, and so the 75,000, that's the total amount for all the planning?
Yet to be determined, we would have to get quotes and bids for that, but that's what was presented as a dollar value through the budget process in the CIP back in March and April of last year, or this year.
Okay, and so
correct.
I guess I'm confusing this with the Lovers Point didn't we spend like 500,000 on a thing that was supposed to connect Lovers Point to downtown? This is a different connection?
Councilmember McAdams, through the mayor, consider this being, and this was presented by another staff member through the CIP project, consider this being like phase 2 of that project and getting people from the Lovers Point area and the connection that we already built to the museum, library, Jewel Park area, and ultimately up to downtown. So this would be an extension of that, what many have always considered phase 2.
Okay, and so what is your ballpark of the whole entire project?
I could not even anticipate that at the present moment.
Like 100,000, 500,000, a million?
I couldn't even anticipate that until we got public input and feedback and had conceptual designs. I don't even have a project, so I couldn't even estimate a dollar value. This would begin to identify a project.
Okay, so for me, especially with the American Rescue Plan funds, I would really insist that the projects that we decide on as a council are like, here's the project and it's done. I don't want to open up a can of worms and dump 75,000 into partial planning and not even know, I mean, is the last time that happened, it was, I think 750,000. So I would prefer that what we decide on is really like, this is the project, identify it, and it will be done with that amount of money. That is what I would really like to see. As far as, I know the Recreation Board has really been working hard on a parks inventory, which include parks improvements. And per the ARP, the interim final ruling in May, the Treasury is allowing for parks and open space to be, it has been identified as a category to use ARP funds. So my preference would really to be take that 75,000 and put it in some identified parks projects that would, whether it's one specific park and we invest 75 grand, or maybe there's a couple of parks that need maintenance. A lot of our parks need a lot of attention. And then also, some feedback that I've heard just over time is from the public is a dog park, Chautauqua Hall needs maintenance. We're hearing about the elm tree, that's going to need money. I've also been hearing about like an environmental position, enforcement positions, improvements to our city restrooms, and then, the ongoing lighting in our downtown. So I really think that we could use that amount of money much more wisely. That would benefit the community. So when we get to the point of making a motion, I would like to split the motion. And also I would like my colleagues to consider, let's direct staff to engage the community on this next allocation of the 1.84 million prior to, the fiscal year 22-23 budget process. We missed that opportunity now, and I would encourage that we just really have some clear direction on that. I'm good with the employee suggestions, and thank you, Ms. Hannah and staff, for identifying those. I would be happy to allocate more to the library to get full hours if that's needed. And I think that's all that I have so far. I'm looking forward to everybody's comments. Thank you.
Councilmember Peduri.
Thank you, Mayor. First of all, thank you, Ms. Tana, for the presentation. I'm really glad that we're going to be above the reserve, which is a great sign for us. I had a couple of quick comments. One is the funds that are right now allocated, they're coming under general fund, the ARPA funds. Previously, when we received the coronavirus funds, they were under a special revenue fund. Why isn't this under a special revenue fund?
We, Councilmember Paduri, through the mayor, we're still waiting our auditors are kind of a little odd about how the mechanics of this should work. We do have an American Rescue Plan Act fund where we have receipted the monies that have came in. Whether or not we transfer the expenditures to that fund or transfer the revenues from the ARPA fund to the general fund, there'll be a mechanism to fund, to use the balance of those funds. Right now, we're just waiting for more formal guidance from our auditors onto how to appropriately handle it. But we do have a fund set up right now.
Got it. Thank you. And on that note, if it were to be classified as an ARPA fund, would we be able to use that ARPA fund money for, say, vehicle equipment purchase? Is it a justifiable kind of element under ARPA?
Yes, but the way that we are using it with the, there are very specific items within each level of that you have to purchase. So it would more or less be, we would be receiving the ARPA funds into the general fund. And because that creates surplus general funds, those funds could be used somewhere else. That allows us to say ARPA funds are being used for general purposes.
Got it. And so, I mean, if we can't redirect it from ARPA to general, then we'll have some thinking to do, but.
Yeah, it would actually be the same. It's just more of an accounting mechanism at this point. As long as we have sufficient governmental use for it, and under that specific revenue category right now, the guidance says that we can use that for general operating expenditures for general government, for example, police, fire, public works. It's more of an accounting mechanics on the other side, but it gives us more flexibility.
All right, thank you for clarifying that. So I'm in general supportive of most of them, except for one item, which is the animal control vehicle. So I'm not in favor of purchasing something which is an internal combustion engine. I would like the city to explore and come back to us with any options that are electric. I understand that it says staff explored the purchase of an electric vehicle, but I want us to do further research. I mean, this day and age, really EVs are the order of the day, and that's actually ties in really nicely with the council goals too. And I'll research some as well, because I've not dug into that yet. But I'm not in support of the animal control vehicle, but everything else looks okay. Thank you.
Councilmember Tomlinson.
Thank you, Mayor. So, my understanding is that we received this first tranche of money, and there will be a second larger. Sorry. There'll be a second much larger. So I'm kind of looking at it in these two tranches. The first one, we absolutely did the fiscally responsible thing to do with it. And there's been this little true up period for this 400,000 and how we program it. And then the second tranche will be coming in the next fiscal year, upwards of another 1.8 million or so is the number I've heard. And I completely agree with Councilmember McAdams that I think that will be the time for the city to be able to engage with the public, get that kind of input, and program that money in a way that won't happen very often, and it'll be a great opportunity for the city and for all of us to do together. And I will also echo the fact that the Recreation Board is been doing a lot of work in the background. Maybe they had a crystal ball. Maybe they knew that there would be a little bit of funding coming. I don't know. But they're very well positioned with the parks inventory and going to have great recommendations on things that can be done to improve our open space and parks if that's what we, one of the items that we want to program in. As for this tranche that we're talking about tonight, I support the recommendation of the moving to the general fund, the Caledonia gazebo, the pretty much exactly as given. For the animal vehicle, I also would love to see an EV vehicle, but my understanding in asking about this is that that's a very specialized vehicle that's not that doesn't have EV models to pick from. Is that correct, or are we still researching that?
Through the mayor, I'd like the public works director to respond to this. His team did research hybrid and electric vehicles. So Mr. Go, would you like to explain your findings there? Thank you.
Yes, that's correct. Councilmember Tomlinson, through the mayor, we did explore the option of an EV vehicle for this service for the animal control vehicle. It's just not readily available at this time, a vehicle that can handle the payload that's necessary for this type of service that's needed. Sure, you can get EV vehicles that are smaller and more efficient, obviously, but we can't find an EV vehicle of this size and nature. Will one be available in a few years, a couple years? Yes, I'm sure it will be. Technology is coming a long ways, but the current animal control vehicle that we have has really succumbed to its lifetime, and we need to replace it sooner than later. I don't really, we've done our research. We cannot find anything that's suitable that would meet the needs.
Okay, thank you. That is, I guess what I would just say to you, Mr. Go, is that I know research sometimes now that it's out here on the public to 53 people, if somebody out there in the world has a link to animal control vehicles that are electric or hybrid, we, the city, are looking, and I would support getting a hybrid one over a non-hybrid one as well. But given that I do trust that that's your priority as well, I do support programming these funds for that vehicle and letting Public Works do the best they can in fulfilling it. So to sum up, Mayor, I support the recommendations for how to apply these funds, and I look forward to the city coming back with a plan on how we can involve the community to program the next set of funds. Thanks.
Councilmember Emilio.
Thank you, Mayor. Kind of ditto on what a lot of people have said, but I just real quick on the coastal, I support the projects on the coastal trail downtown. That has been in the works, I know, for a while, and I think it's a step in the right direction to access downtown, especially when you're looking at businesses that are coming out of COVID. And I know it's long range, but it definitely will help downtown area. I have a couple other comments. I agree with Council Member Paduri. I had the opportunity to be in an electric vehicle all the way to Sacramento and back. And I was very impressed with that. It seemed like the way to go. And the way I look at the animal control vehicle is possibly, it sounds like it's definitely at the end of life what they're using. We should go ahead and get that purchased. And then in a couple of years, maybe there'll be some big advance on a hybrid model. The other comment I have is And Tori, I have a question about this, the fire truck. We're in contract with the city of Monterey, is that correct?
Councilmember Amelia, through the mayor, yes, we are in contract with the city of Monterey for fire services. It is the city's responsibility to purchase the fire truck.
Okay, you just answered my question. If Monterey was going to put any bucks towards this. Okay, thank you. That's all I wanted to know. I'm in support of everything that's been recommended.
Councilmember Coletti.
Thank you, Your Honor. Well, I guess my first assessment is that, it's good that we're going to be above our reserve level minimums, but inflation is coming and it's coming in a big way. So I think we still need to maintain a mindset of going lean. That's where I'm trying to keep my mind at. I am a little, the coastal trail, the downtown extension. This is an interesting thing. Miss Hannah mentioned public outreach on it. My understanding of the trail is that it's going to be basically people going up Forest Avenue to reach the downtown. I would certainly want to engage the residents along Forest Avenue prior to committing to any kind of construction, and get their input early in the process. Electric vehicles have been mentioned. I think that's a great idea. Our former mayor, Carmelita Garcia, mentioned the trolley that used to run from Cannery Row into Pacific Grove. That is how people came into downtown and to visit our shops or restaurants, etc. Seems to me this coastal trail downtown extension, PG should consider an electric vehicle as a trolley to shuttle people up into the downtown instead of, spending, I don't even want to think about how much money it's going to cost or inconvenience the residents to create a corridor up Forest Avenue. So just maybe some forward thinking on that. As regards,
excuse me, Councilmember Coletti, the agenda report has the trail extension up Caledonia Avenue, not Forest Avenue.
Oh, have they rerouted it? Okay. Well, that's interesting. Residents there too, I imagine. But thank you, Mayor, for confirming that. Last time I read it, it was going to be Forest Avenue. But at any rate, some thinking about having people shuttled up into the downtown, which is kind of the thing Carmelita Garcia was mentioning, using a trolley, seems like a really good opportunity as well. Regarding electric vehicles, I've kind of been monitoring the progress on the charge point installations along 17th. Does the Public Works Director have any update on that, or if it needs more funds? It looks like it's kind of been languishing.
I do have a quick update. I'll make it quick because it's really not the agenda item tonight. Is our switch gear, which PG&E is waiting for to get everything up and running, is stuck in a cargo ship in LA, and it's been there for months. We've all heard about it. We constantly are asking for updates from where the equipment is at, and that's what I've got.
Okay, we're at the whims of the supply chain. Understood. Well, now that you commented on one project, CIP project, what about the Lovers Point Pier reconstruction project? Could any of these funds be used for that? I'm trying to think about the $75,000 and where that might be better spent. Do you have a quick update on that as well?
We've received proposals and we'll be bringing forth bid award to that project to the City Council at a very near future meeting. And that will just be for the design and the exploratory engineering to assess what the needs of the pier will be. Phase 2 and phase 3 will actually be designing a plan set for construction, construction would be ultimately phase 3 of the project. It will cost some money. I don't think the $75,000 earmarked for it will be enough at this point. we will have to seek grants and other forms of monetary values for that project.
Well, as Councilmember Tomlinson has pointed out, and everyone else is aware as well, there's a second tranche coming. Just was curious about an update on that. I finally, Mayor, so there's $100,000 going to be transferred into the local water project fund. Ms. Hannah, my understanding is the water project is currently losing about $200,000 a year. Is that still a good estimate of the loss rate?
Councilmember Coletti, through the mayor, it actually did do a little bit better last year. I would probably say close to, I don't have the numbers in front of me, but I want to say it performed probably close to 100, maybe a loss of 145 versus 200. So
okay,
I believe that answers your question.
Yes, thank you. So about somewhere in the neighborhood, 150 to 200 a year. You're talking about, and then we also, the water project fund also owes $600,000 to the sewer enterprise fund, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
So this $100,000 transfer, is any of that, are you anticipating using any of that to pay back the sewer enterprise? Or is this simply to backfill the yearly loss, the ongoing yearly loss, annual loss at the water project?
Councilmember Coletti, through the mayor, right now, it would just be going to go into the fund, and it would be assisting in the backfilling of it. I believe this fiscal year, we are going to be talking about solutions for repayment on the loan. That could be a potential source of repayment. We could say we could allocate it, which would actually be a transfer then from the general fund to the local water project, then to the sewer fund.
Right.
But council would need to make a decision if they wanted to go ahead and do that and let it go into the negative potentially again.
Well, I guess one thing that kind of drives that scenario is when are we anticipating this, because it was on the consent agenda, there was no discussion on it. When are we anticipating getting this report back on essentially making the local water project solvent?
Councilmember Coletti, through the mayor, from what I understand, they said they could possibly have a draft report to us in 3 weeks, but then again, there might be some back and forth that happens in between. So I would say, roughly possibly December.
We've waited a year, so if take as long as you need to give us a thorough document. That seems quick. That seems okay. So maybe a month or so to get that. Well, I'm anxious to get that report. I'm not really in favor of the coastal trail extension, and thank you, Mayor, for pointing out where the route is actually going to go. But other than that, I don't have any large objections. Thank you.
I also want to add my thanks to Director Hannah for bringing this forward and all the descriptions. Appreciated. I have a few suggestions, and later we'll take Councilmember McAdams' recommendation or motion to divide the question so we can get a little bit of granularity on some of these recommendations. First, I want to delete the $75,000 for the recreation trail extension. Practical reasons. Caledonia is a small park and Caledonia Avenue is a small road. I just don't think it's practical. And $75,000 for a plan to a trail that gets us to the back of the post office. It just doesn't make any sense to me at all. I also oppose the animal vehicle for the reasons that have been cited earlier. I think that I'd like staff to relook at this. And for large animals, I think we're talking deer. What about it? The infrequent deer pickups by Public Works, which has a lot of trucks. I just, as Councilmember Pedori and others pointed out, this is an opportunity to buy hopefully an electric vehicle. And let's not just spend it on the standard truck. So I think staff can come up with some creative ideas how we can avoid. Does the animal control officer need a gasoline powered vehicle all the time? So I'm opposed to that. I'm opposed to the $42,000 employee bonus program. This is an out of cycle compensation request. When we routinely handle employee compensation through MOU discussions, and that's the right time to do this. This is just an end run around our normal compensation process. I don't think we should be doing it. And my last deletion is the expenditure of $17,300 from the Lighthouse Fund for another Lighthouse docent coordinator. And I just don't think this should be a paid position. Many lighthouses, the docents run their own program. Point Sur Light Station has run their own docent program for decades. Our Heritage Society has run the restoration volunteers at the lighthouse for over a decade. We have really smart, talented lighthouse docents. I think they can run their own program. It's time for us to phase out that paid position. Save the money. We could use that money from the Lighthouse Fund to finance kids programs, bring school kids from South Monterey County cities and school districts, Salinas, bring them to Pacific Grove to learn about the lighthouse and the science and partner with the museum. I think there's a lot of good things we could do with that money. I like the idea of community engagement, and that was mentioned by Council members Tomlinson and McAdams. I think we ought to start an effort right now to not wait, but to find out from the community what they would like us to spend money on. Pretty soon we're going to be talking about next year's budget anyhow. Let's get this community engagement process started now. Let's see. Oh, and the parks. I also agree. Let's have staff come back and look at all the park work improvements that are needed, that were identified in a fabulous effort by the recreation board that was mentioned earlier. Let's go find out how much money it's going to take to do all those, and think about approving that. I'd also like to add $40,000 for additional IT services. I recently learned that the library is having IT difficulties with notifying their customers of holds and when books are due. Apparently it's a difficult IT problem. So I suggest we allocate $20,000 to improve our library services through better IT, and also $20,000 for IT support for putting signed agreements online. So I've learned, we talked about this about 7 months ago, and this particular program has been stalled because we just don't have IT staff availability. So I think transparency is important. I think putting the agreements that this council approves online in a very obvious place, I think it's important. I think we should put that as a priority, and I think $20,000 for a staff and software would be good. So that's my my wish list. And I'd love to hear some more council comments now that I've tossed out a bunch of items. Mayor Pro Tempore Smith, we haven't heard from you.
Oh, thank you, Your Honor. Yeah, so I obviously there were some good points made. I do have a question for staff though, relating to if we were to decide to strike the items, because I can see of the 4 that were mentioned, and I'd have to come back to the mayor on the wish list and how that would work, but I'm just looking at it as $174,300. If you add up the 4 items, if I followed that correctly, if you have with $174,300, is there an effect on our spending? Do we have a timeline in which to spend that money that we are going to put ourselves in jeopardy on, or is it the kind of thing where we can simply just reallocate the $174,000? That's a question for Director Hannah.
Mayor Pro Tempore Smith, that there wouldn't be any challenges in waiting if you wanted to do this at mid-year or direct staff to come back in about a month with some alternate suggestions. We have over this fiscal year to spend these funds, or at least identify what we would spend them on, as far as any items go.
Okay, thank you. So that was kind of my key question. And since I think it's just a matter of, I'm supportive of the recommendation, but, I can understand the mayor's point on trying to make the lighthouse a volunteer position. I can understand, since so many others around here with all our talented folks around here in the area able to do a lot of different things. So maybe that's something we can do. I also understand the electric vehicle issue. So perhaps a suggestion would be on some of those 4 items that we don't approve those tonight, and we ask for further suggestions in those areas. That's all I got right now, but thank you.
Mayor Pro Tempore Smith, was that a motion?
Sure, I'll make that a motion, Your Honor.
I will second that. Oh, sorry. I'll
Okay.
second that motion, but Mayor Pro Tem Smith, would you mind the 4 items that you're talking about? Is that what the mayor? Can we list those? That'd probably help.
Yeah, I just gave a total, but the ones that referenced by the mayor, Your Honor, may I continue?
Please. Do you want?
Referenced by the mayor were the coastal trail, downtown extension at $75,000, the employee COVID-19 bonus incentive at $42,000, the animal control vehicle at $40,000, and the lighthouse docent coordinator temporary at $17,300. That would be, my motion would be to approve the recommendation, striking therefrom those 4 items for staff to bring back a further report.
Excellent, thank you. I'm happy to second that.
Without further discussion, if there is no further discussion, and so my understanding is part of the motions for direct staff also to come back at a time that you've heard our recommendations on other items, and to come back to council when you're ready.
That's correct, Your Honor.
Councilmember Tomlinson. And then Councilmember Emilio.
I'm okay, Mayor. Thank you.
Councilmember Emilio.
In the 42,000 was not going to be allocated for the employees. Am I correct?
That's part of the motion, right? Not at this time.
Okay.
All right, Ms. Kendall, may we have a vote, please?
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Smith,
Aye.
Councilmember McAdams,
Aye.
Mayor Peak,
Aye.
Councilmembers Emilio,
No.
Coletti,
Aye.
Paduri,
Aye.
and Tomlinson.
Aye.
Motion carries 6-1.
Thank you very much. It's past 8 o'clock. If there's no objections, then let's take a short recess and reconvene at 8:32. All right, well, let's resume. We're at item 11B, ordinance to amend the city salary classification schedule. Mr. Harvey and Director Livian, welcome.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to, and thank you, Ms. Livian, for being here also. I'm going to try to share my screen for a presentation, and I'll ask the city clerk to help me if I'm unsuccessful, but let me first try. Oops. Oh. I am not having success. Ms. Kendall, can I ask you to help me with this? I'm sorry.
No problem.
Thank you for your help. Okay, thank you, Mayor and Council. Yes, before you tonight is a proposed salary amendment, adding, well, I should say, modifying 3 existing classifications within the current salary schedule. What's before you is a proposal to modify the Administrative Service Director to Administrative Services Director / Assistant City Manager, to modify the Public Works Director to Public Works Director / Deputy City Manager, and to modify the Police Administrative Services Manager to Police Administrative Services Manager / Public Information Officer. Next slide, please. So these changes are proposed in recognition of additional duties that these 3 incumbents within these positions have assumed over their in the last few years, as well as an increasing leadership role that they have taken. These 3 people have done jobs well beyond their job description, and in the case of the Administrative Services Director and the Public Works Director, they have served as part of a de facto executive committee working with me on key decisions impacting the city. Within the agenda report, I've detailed some of the additional duties that each of these people have taken on. And in the case of the Administrative Services Director, she's really been serving as our Chief Operating Officer. She's been responsible for all things related to risk. She takes care of everything related to city leases and franchises. She oversees and implements and executes the entire budget process, among other things. Next slide, please. For the Public Works Director, he truly is in charge of all city infrastructure and assets. He's in charge of the city's utility programs, including the sewer program and the local water project. He oversees the recreation department, our urban forestry program, and he also serves in my shoes at times when I'm not available. Next slide, please. For the Police Admin Services Manager, and especially since the time of the global pandemic, she has assumed the city's Public Information Officer duties, including the responsibility for the city's social media channels, messaging, and dissemination of information with the assistance of other folks, but she really has led that effort. Next slide, please. The salary amendments were derived by doing salary surveys using the same benchmark cities we customarily use. We looked at what assistant city managers in the region were making, and in the attempt to bring the incumbent up to 95% of the total comp, it is proposed a 10% salary increase in recognition of the duties and the role. For the public works director position, currently, when comparing him just to other public works directors in the region, just in the public works director classification, he's 16% below, just getting him up to 95% of median. So we're proposing to not only bring him up to medium in his current role, but also to recognize the additional duties with a 2.5% increase. And then for the police administrative services manager, in this region, there isn't a good match for just a straight PIO position, but in recognition of the additional duties that the incumbent performs, we're recommending a 5% increase. Next slide, please. The impact in this fiscal year is approximately $40,000 for the remainder of this fiscal year for these changes, with an estimated $69,000 for those fiscal years going forward. Next slide. With that, I'm available for questions, as is Ms. Livian. Thank you very much.
Do we have any public comment?
We have one hand raised, Mr. Bob Oliver, you have the floor.
Welcome.
Well, thank you. Again, I hadn't had my hand up, but I was wanting to speak to this subject. How much effort has gone into making this presentation? How long has the city been looking at this change and analyzing what its impact would have? When did this idea first come about?
Mr. Oliver, this is your time to comment. We generally don't answer questions during the public comment period.
It makes it very difficult to participate in something that we don't, this is the first I've ever heard of it. Has this been before the board before?
This is the first time. Well, in recent, I will answer that question. Yes, in recent times, this is the first. It's come before.
All right. Is there a decision being made this evening on this? Because I didn't know about this, and anybody that I spoke to about this was not aware of it either. I think maybe it should get back into the public's knowledge that this was even on the agenda. So that would be my comment, but I am asking, is the council planning on voting on this evening? I feel it's
point of order.
Inappropriate.
Point of order. It's not a Q&A. It's public comment.
Mr. Oliver, would you continue, please?
I understand that you're perhaps not willing to answer my question, but my statement would be that in talking with other people in the community, and that is starting as of yesterday, no one was really aware of this being on the agenda. They didn't know about this being a subject of conversation in the community. I'm asking specifically, when did this proposal to make these major changes, how long ago was it initiated, and what brought about the idea to initiate this kind of a change within a government? I don't know how to better phrase it, so that's, okay. Well, I'll have to leave it. Community wasn't aware of this. I think it should go back to the public.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Inga Lawrence-Dormer, you have the floor.
Welcome.
Thank you. This was a terrible idea 2 years ago and an even worse idea now. The city of Pacific Grove does not need more directors and deputy city managers. We need more workers on the ground and at their handling the work that is already before us. Spending more money at the top levels will not accomplish that. Promoting certain people to the next, another level is not an answer palatable to the people or the public, and it's not a council goal. The staff salaries paid for by taxpayers are more than adequate for the needs of a city the size of Pacific Grove. Tori, the director, makes $201,540. It's proposed that it's raised to $214,908. The director of public works makes $186,432. They're proposing to raise his salary to $202,884. This is just, it's not the time. This proposal should be quashed again because it seems to come back every 2 years or so. And this is not, we need more people hired to do the work at Public Works, not another level for the chief. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Lisa Ciani, you have the floor.
Welcome.
Thank you. Yes, this was proposed 2 or 3 years ago. I'm sure Inga looked it up. So she's undoubtedly right, about 2 years ago, and it was a bad idea then, and it was not approved. The city does not need 3 new classifications to justify raises for upper level employees. One designated assistant city manager position tied to the administrative services director may be a reasonable request, I don't know, but there is no need for 2 assistants to the city manager, much less 2 expensive administrators as assistants. And the public works director position should not under any circumstances be tied to a city manager function. I'm particularly concerned about promoting the public works director to public works director / deputy city manager in recognition of, quote, additional duties and his leadership role. A public works director does not have the training to take on city manager duties. Furthermore, many stewards of this community's natural and cultural resources know that the current public works director in particular does not have the skills or judgment for such a promotion. And I detailed just 7 examples of this in my email today, including disregarding mandated resource protection measures in city council actions, such as at George Washington Park, CEQA documents as the Monarch Sanctuary, city ordinances, coastal development permits as at Lovers Point Coastal Access Project, and construction document specifications, and misinforming city commissioners. And I have a transcription of this last incident. These are serious and continuing failures in responsibility and judgment. Please do not approve the salary classification amendment for Public Works Director, and please carefully consider whether the other 2 classification amendments are advisable. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes, Mr. Harvey.
I'm sorry to interrupt, Mr. Mayor. I just would like to request that we try to keep comments not of a personal nature or attack and just focus on the job duties if we could, please. Thank you.
Anthony Ciani, you have the floor.
Welcome.
Thank you very much for taking my comments, and thank you for taking this issue. I think it's premature to be doing this at this time. I'm going to echo the comments that went ahead of me. This is a very small town, and you have been repeatedly promoting the city manager's position from 1 year to 2 years to 3 years to 4 years to live here and be a part of this community. And the notion that we need a deputy city manager and an assistant city manager, maybe we should ask for an assistant to the deputy. This is ridiculous. It is ridiculous. Think about it. Please press pause and think about this seriously. Our current public works director is not a civil engineer. Most public works directors, if not all, in the state of California are licensed, registered, trained, experienced civil engineers. Regardless of his past experience, he is not a trained, licensed civil engineer. He doesn't have the qualifications to be the public works director, much less be the deputy director who would be over the planning director. I mean, does that make sense to you to have the public works director in charge of planning? Doesn't have the experience, doesn't have the knowledge, don't do it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Rebecca Lee, you have the floor.
Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening again. I do not believe what we need and what would serve the residents of this city best would be another layer of government like this. I'm particularly opposed to adding the responsibility of becoming deputy city manager to public works. Every time I've spoken with Dan Go and asked for the possibility of things like running the water truck on a regular schedule or for pulling weeds rather than using herbicide, I've been met with—
Mayor, I don't think we're supposed to be using names on this.
Go ahead, Ms. Lee.
Thank you. I appreciate this. This is not
Just
intended
use
at
the
all as
titles.
okay. It's not intended as a personal attack. It's just my experiences and observations. Anyway, I've been met with the same response of no time and not enough staff. When I read the public works or staff responses to the coast wildlife recommendations for tonight's meeting, it was essentially the same message to you, that there's an overstretched sense of duties. And the words were, it would be possible with substantial effort and would require additional resources and additional funding. So this indicates that the Public Works Department is really not available for additional responsibilities. When I read the city manager's weekly letter and scroll down to the Public Works report, it is of street and curb repairs, the before and after photos. I haven't seen photos of trees that have been helped by innovative urban forestry methods or trees that have been planted and successfully grown. So again, there's an indication that Public Works has its plate full and is still in the process of balancing the responsibilities it currently has. And deputy city manager responsibilities aren't even in the realm, but completely different from the realm of Public Works. Another example is that the city of Monterey is doing some really nice things with large tree grates and pulverized permeable rubber matting around enlarged openings for sidewalk trees. And I would ask that you urge the same creativity and improvement in tree care from our Public Works rather than asking them to take on additional responsibilities that are unrelated to their current job description. I don't know where this idea came from, but if our city manager left suddenly, couldn't our mayor and police chief handle taking over temporarily? I feel confident they could. Please don't approve the Public Works portion of this ordinance and leave the salary classifications alone. We need more money at the bottom rather than at the top. So please let's spend instead to hire another employee to get someone else in the field to help Public Works manage their currently large responsibilities. Thank you so much for hearing my comments.
Thank you.
Jennifer Haydu, you have the floor.
Welcome.
Thank you. I just would like to echo some of what the previous speakers shared in terms of opinions on this issue. I have a great love for the city of Pacific Grove, and I also have a great respect for service. And I know that in our small-ish town, things sometimes get heated and political, but I also know that we need to balance expertise. And what I'm hearing is increasing salaries versus increasing expertise and getting a greater knowledge base to address some really important issues that are facing the city in terms of environment and infrastructure. So what I would encourage the city council to do is to pause, and rather than putting more money and responsibility into those officers and offices that exist, to pause and think real carefully about perhaps bringing in a little more of a broad knowledge base and innovation. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
Wendy Giles, you have the floor.
Welcome.
Good evening. Thank you for allowing me to comment on this. I'm against this proposal and echoing other community members. If there is extra money in the budget, I don't understand why we're not getting more hands on deck to help with our list of tasks that need to be taken care of in the community. Paying supervisors more money is wasteful, and I'm not for it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Carrie Rattoli, you have the floor.
Welcome.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, good. Okay. Sometimes these headphones don't do the job. Thank you for allowing me to speak on this issue, and I will be brief. I just wanted to echo others and say that I too am opposed to adding more at the top level of this position of assistant city manager. I believe strongly that the funds, if we have them, should be spent on the lower level where the work is actually being done, the people that do the work. I don't think we need more chiefs at the top. So that I just wanted to express that, and thank you.
Thank you.
I see no other hands raised, Mr. Mayor.
Council discussion? Councilmember Tomlinson.
Great. Yes, thank you, Mayor. And thank you, City Manager, for this report and recommendation. I do remember it from a couple of years ago as well. And tonight, I do support all three recommendations. I think that having these three folks who work really hard for our city, kind of in a triad at the top level, making or taking on these additional duties for some time now, and not having the recognition or the title is what's been happening for years. And I tonight would like to recognize and thank them for their work, as well as give them the expanded title as well as the appropriate pay. They all supervise lower level staff. They have many additional items that are not in their current job description that they just do and have been doing for a very long time. I think a couple of years ago, they were intending to do those things. And now, after watching them work and manage through COVID, their leadership skills and what they've been able to do, I think warrants the recognition. I also know that it's a very hot job market right now, and it is important that we are able to maintain a competitive work environment for our employees to not be taken or poached from other cities. So bringing Ms. Hannah up the 10% and Mr. Go up to 95% of median plus a small additional amount for his extra duties makes sense to me. And then also for Jocelyn and what she's been doing with the PIO, the recognition there is absolutely warranted. Overall, of $69,000 a year, you know, I'm happy. The previous item, we talked about a $75,000 study that we all kind of agreed to that we don't want to do. And I know it's completely unrelated, but this is less money than that to pay the people that are running our organization and managing our people who are conducting all of this work. So I very much support the agenda report as written with the recommendation for tonight. Thanks.
Councilmember Coletti.
Thank you, Your Honor. Well, the $69,000, I don't know how that was actually created, but I'm sure it does not incorporate the unfunded liability for each pension that each one of these employees will be receiving. And I've seen lowball estimates before on this kind of thing. So, and really what it is, I think even more importantly is, and one of the callers mentioned it, we need more money at the bottom and not at the top. And I think that captures my feelings perfectly. You know, there's just simply no need or justification for creating an assistant and deputy city manager. The charter does not contemplate either of these positions. We have a full-time city manager now. You know, no more remote work days. So now that we've got a full-time city manager, that makes the argument for this deputy and assistant city manager even less, you know, necessary. You know, they're department directors. They obviously have a lot of responsibility, and but they are also very well compensated. You know, I believe Miss Letitia can give us the numbers, but I believe you know, the finance director is already at close to $200,000 salary and benefits. That's a lot of money. And you know, I just don't like the idea of kind of creating these almost these vacuous titles, in my opinion, to justify these salary increases. You know, if there's salary increases that are warranted, fine, we should go through the normal process and evaluate that when the MOU comes up, and then do a salary survey, credible salary survey that looks at jurisdictions of similar size and responsibilities. That's all fine, but I am totally opposed to creating these positions. You know, this was brought to council in November 2019. I believe it was the November 20th meeting, and council unanimously decided not to do this, and I think for good reason. It all gets back to, yes, we do have employees we want to respect and compensate them, but they are compensated extremely well. And creating this new classification, I think, especially with these titles, is just simply not warranted. Especially, I've not been given the salary survey or how it was created. I do have a question for Ms. Livian. In the agenda report, there are these tiered positions, or these various steps for each position. Where would each employee be coming into those steps?
Yes, Councilmember Coletti, through the mayor. So in our process and procedures, basically someone moving into a higher classification would receive at least a minimum of 5% above their current wage. So basically the next step that provides at least 5% or more in their salary. For, let's see. For the public work director, the public work director is currently at 7609, which is the top step. And that position would go into 8377 at the 5th step. for the,
86, I'm sorry, I'm not seeing that on that class, on the classification. He would be going into which step? Step 6, you said?
no, step 5?
Step 5, 8377?
Yes,
Okay, and then there's 2 steps beyond that, 6 and
yes,
7.
that is correct.
Okay.
For the Administrative Services Director, that position is currently at the top step. So that's 8538. And that would go to step 6 in the proposed classification at 9162.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Thank you for that. This is, yeah, I think, you know, yeah, we do want to hold on to our employees, but again, I feel like we're compensating them very well. And what we need to make an effort on is getting more employees to actually, you know, help out with the work. And I get that too. You know, I've spoken with, well, the city manager and other people who simply say, well, we don't have the people to do it. Well, then let's hire the people to do it. But you know, creating this inflated salaries based on positions that I don't feel really are justified, the deputy and city manager. I just think this is the wrong way of going at it. And so I cannot support it. Thank you.
Councilmember McAdams.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you for the job descriptions in the agenda reporter. They were very helpful. So just to confirm, the Police Administrative Services PIO, this person is already doing all of the social media and communications for the entire city or police department?
I could respond to that, Councilmember McAdams, to the mayor. She oversees the PIO effort on behalf of the entire city, not just the police department.
Okay, and then I know the PIO was sort of formed during COVID. So is that not going to go away when we get out of the pandemic? Are we going to be keeping this PIO team?
We, sorry, I get a little bit of echo there. The PIO team will likely metamorphosize a bit if we have a reduction in need through COVID. But really, this is a recognition of Ms. Francis leading that team's effort, structuring the messaging, overseeing the social media channels, designing the campaigns, etc.
Okay, great. And then just wondering, was there someone doing that before?
We, sorry, through the mayor, it has been unofficial and spread over several people in years prior. It is not really, and that was part of the problem as well, is we had multiple people sending out multiple messages and it wasn't centralized or coordinated as it needs to be. So this is also in recognition of trying to centralize that and really, speak with one voice at all times if possible.
Okay, perfect. So I'm good with that one. I think that makes sense. I would prefer to see those duties just sort of incorporated without having the title, but if we have to have the title to extend the step schedule, I understand that. I have concerns about the other two positions. I think about recruiting and trying to rehire and replace. And I think that, it would be really, really hard to do that. And I also don't like to see, job titles, people having more than one job title. It really reminds me of 2008 when, all the businesses downsized and all of a sudden people were having all of these responsibilities. So, for me, by adding, these two additional titles to these current positions, those two additions really come with an expertise and really come with a niche, So I'm hesitant about that. I do want to say though, you know, if the city manager and I think I said this a couple of years ago, like if there is a need for more support for our city manager, you know, we don't have an assistant city manager. I mean, he doesn't really have that support. So I would be open to talking about that at another time. And that would be my preference, to have, you know, a dedicated person filling these specific holes versus a combination of duties like spread between three, you know, current positions. I just, I'm really hesitant about that. I am absolutely, you know, I do support the addition of the PIO though to the administrative services technician, because she's already doing that and doing an incredible job. And that does seem to complement the, you know, that seems to go together. But as far as like recruiting later or trying to rehire later, I think that it would just be really challenging. So thank you.
Councilmember Emilio.
Thank you, Mayor. You know, just a couple of things. First of all, in regards to professional development, and I hate to keep referring to when I was a principal, I had an assistant principal. The deal was that assistant principal was going to be professionally developed to take over my job. That's how I looked at it. But I also want to bring up a couple of factors, is that we are right now sitting at $9.3 million in our budget, and we're 122,000 over. I know Councilwoman Thomason mentioned about the 75K, which was not approved. But a couple other things, we're talking $69,000 more a year. Some of the notes I took down was that I think this salary modification also shows that we value our management employees. I think that's very important. And we value their expertise. Not that our other employees are not expert, but for our management employees, the expertise and contribution and values they bring to the city of Pacific Grove. A couple of things which I also had written down. It is a daunting task to hire a new manager for the city, any city. It's a daunting task. You almost have to hire a search firm to find these particular management employees. I think also a couple of things which I've experienced since being on since 2018 and knowing these people, our management employees, they exceed expectation. They're very loyal. They're very loyal to the city of Pacific Grove. They do high quality work, all three of them. I think that's, and beyond that, they do. Very trustworthy. They seek input from the other from their employees. And the bottom line is they really do go above and beyond the call of duty. And I'm in support of this.
Councilmember Peduri.
Thank you, Mayor. I would also like to, in some sense, echo Councilmember Tomlinson's comments here. And what I'm hearing is this item was brought into the table November 2019, which also means that these three individuals have been taking these additional responsibilities since November 2019. So this, whatever we're undertaking today, is really in recognition of all the additional responsibilities that these individuals are bringing into the table. So I'm in full support of that. I also like Councilmember McAdams' suggestion that should we, if there's a need for some assistance, then that's something that we should consider. However, I would suggest that if we are considering that in the future, that it be a contract position. I don't want a full-time employee dedicated to this. But otherwise, I agree, and I thank the three individuals over here for their a dedication to the city, and I'm in support of this.
Mayor Pro Tempore Smith.
Thank you, Your Honor. So I think a couple of things. The size of the town can be looked at. It's two different. You can be looked at two different ways. So I heard some comments about it's a very small town, therefore, you know, we don't need these larger roles. But I actually think I'm kind of piggybacking off some other ideas, maybe not stated in the exact same way, but if you have a dual role in a small town, that might be saving you something without having to hire, you know, a $300,000 employee in order to have an assistant city manager, for instance. So, and also that may not be warranted. Having a standalone assistant city manager may actually not be warranted for the size of the city. So I think on some level, we do have to defer to the city manager as far as his judgments of what is needed to fill the positions. And perhaps while, you know, I can understand some of the comments, I really do understand the comments about it's a lot, you know, it's a mouthful, the administrative services director / assistant city manager, she's wearing two hats, but a lot of people wear two hats, you know, so I think it's probably might be like the way of the future, but based on pensions and things of that nature, without cutting too deep. I think I do have one question that is just like sticking out to me as a question that I have, and I'll just state before I ask that I am generally supportive of this, but the question I would like to direct to the city manager or whoever can answer it is perhaps our HR director. These classifications, if they are changed, would they have to be changed back, or would the original classification still exist as it was before?
So thank you. Through the mayor, these, and I'll have the HR director correct me if I'm incorrect about this, but we're not eliminating the prior classification with this action. So you're creating additional classifications without adding additional employees. So this is kind of a two-part answer. The intent of this proposal is to retain these employees, of course, that's one of the intentions among others. But if it did occur that one of these incumbents left, let's say for a retirement, you would not be locked into recruiting at that same classification. You could recruit for a straight administrative services director, a police administrative services manager, or a public works director, because you still would have those classifications in the salary schedule. That is a council function to add and remove classifications. And I'd ask the human resources director to correct me if I got any part of that incorrect. Thank you.
I'm judging by her lack of objection that you were correct. But I'm fully supportive then. I understand that in the future, there may be a need for a separate public information officer, but currently that reflects her duties. And in the future, we may want a standalone public works director, but right now it's great to have Dan in our leadership team and named as such. And right now, at times, Director Hannah will fill in as the assistant city manager. So this reflects the current situation, and so I'm supportive of it. And the main reason I think that I totally left out talking about theory is that they've been doing these duties for so long that we want to retain them because they're really excellent employees. Thank you.
Thank you for bringing this forward. A couple of observations. Well, first of all, in recognition of Jocelyn Francis's increased responsibilities, I would support that recommendation for the, I believe it's 5% pay increase and augment her title. I have difficulties though with the other two. This is let's take one at a time. The administrative services director / assistant city manager. So I don't see anything that shows us what an assistant city manager position does compared to other cities, and would like to have a salary survey for that as a standalone position. I'm a bit at a loss as to this slash business, because we're talking about one person, and if Director Hanna is taking on more responsibilities beyond what an administrative services director does, then that, to become an assistant city manager, then they're taking away some other responsibility. I mean, it's a zero-sum game. It's one person. So I could support, I'd like to hear if you bring it back as a standalone assistant city manager position with a salary survey for comparable salaries, competitive salaries, and showing us, demonstrating what does an assistant city manager in other cities do, and how that compares to the administrative services director, which I assume the assistant city manager position would assume as well. I mean, to take a look at the city of Monterey, for example. Excuse me. So I don't see any other cities in this agenda report, and I'd like to know what other cities are doing. And on the Public Works Director, I think if you wanted to go the route of assistant city manager, the deputy city manager / deputy city manager position is not important, unless the city manager feels like, Mr. Harvey, I see your hand. It's okay. Unless our city manager is going to be gone frequently, and he has not been. I think number of leave days this year, our city manager's taken very few, and our staff is well trained. So, but then again, the deputy public works director, we should be paying him or her in the future a competitive salary. And so if the desire is to give this person a salary increase, then please come back with a salary and some description of what are the responsibilities in the other cities for that particular salary. I just don't have the information at this point to justify those changes at all. So that's where I'm at. Councilmember Coletti.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll echo that. If we can do, in fact, I think the city manager mentioned there was a salary survey done to arrive at this, but it's not attached to this agenda report. And so, I mean, I don't have the information. Council doesn't have the information. So if there is justification for raising the salary of these three employees, then fine, bring that forward. But it's kind of an end run around what we're doing here with these reclassifications. I simply don't think they're warranted or justified. And I also agree with you, Mayor. Maybe it's not the best policy to be sharing resources like this. The finance director's position is a full-time and a half job. Maybe making her assistant city manager is a bad idea. So I don't like this this hybrid model that's kind of getting created here, kind of all of Frankenstein. Just if their salary for their job position warrants an increase, then let's see the salary surveys for competitive or for comparable cities. And my guess is you'll find support for this. I do not agree with these job classifications being used to do this, especially since we haven't been given the salary survey. Thank you.
Councilmember Tomlinson.
I'd like to make a motion.
Please.
I move that we introduce and hold the first reading of an ordinance to amend the salary classification schedule to 1, establish a salary range for new classification, administrative service director, assistant city manager, public works director, deputy city manager, and police administrative service manager, public information officer. And 2, approve the budget amendments. And 3, direct that a summary of a proposed ordinance be published as approved by the city attorney.
Second.
May we have a vote, please?
Councilmember Tomlinson,
Aye.
Councilmember Emilio,
Aye.
Councilmembers Coletti,
No.
McAdams,
No.
Paduri,
Aye.
Mayor Peak,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Smith.
Aye.
Motion carries 4-3.
Moving on to agenda item 11C, ordinance to amend the City of Pacific Grove Municipal Code to include a local business preference policy. Ms. Pope, welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Honorable Mayor, City Council, staff, and members of the public. Tonight for your consideration is an ordinance to amend the City of Pacific Grove Municipal Code to include a local business preference policy. At the August 18th City Council meeting, City Council directed staff to research local preference policies and evaluate opportunities for local businesses to participate in the city's procurement process. Staff surveyed several local jurisdictions and found the following common local preference practices: 5% bid preference. Businesses must be located in the city limits and have a valid business license. Contracts for supplies, equipment, materials, and general services were included. Contracts for public works projects and state and federally funded contracts were not included. This slide very basically shows how local preference would work. The table on the left shows the city's current bid procedure. There are 2 non-local bid and then 1 local bid. And the lowest bid is $14,000. And the lowest bidder is awarded the contract. The table on the right shows the bid procedure with the local preference. There are once again 3 bids, 2 non-local bids, and 1 local bid. The lowest bid is from a non-local bidder at $14,000, but the local bid of $14,500 is within the 5% of the lowest bid. So the local bidder is given the opportunity to match the low bid. If they choose to do so and all other criteria is met, the local bidder will be awarded the contract for $14,000. Some advantages to local preference policies are: it encourages the community to shop local. It promotes participation in the city purchasing process. It assists with economic recovery and sustainability. Tax dollars are reinvested into the local economy, and it builds relationships with city businesses. Disadvantages may include delay of the award process. It can limit the selection on best price, and it may discourage non-local businesses from competing. Based on the findings in the survey, staff recommends the following criteria be included in the local business preference policy. A 5% bid preference applies to supplies, equipment, materials, and general service contracts. The businesses must have a valid city business license, and it must include language that defines a local business as within the city limits. If council chooses to move forward with this ordinance, the second read will be on November 3rd, and the policy would go into effect on December 3rd. And that concludes my presentation.
Do we have any public comment?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, we have two hands raised. Bob Oliver, you have the floor.
Welcome.
So right now, can you hear me?
Yes.
Right now, my hand said lowered. Is
Okay.
it supposed to say lowered?
I couldn't tell you. Thank you.
I think we need to understand how this works. Now, something shows my hand up now, and your clock is running, so I'll speak to this. How did we used to do things? Well, it seems for the short period of time I've really been reviewing Pacific Grove's city council meetings, I've learned that when you receive the lowest bids from somebody, they generally jerk you around and get another 75,000 on the top end, and then you pay it. That's problematic to me. So I'm just curious, since I apologize, I know you have an agenda tonight that's approximately 271 pages long, and I certainly did not look through that. But why are you changing your format from what it was to what you're proposing? So that is my question. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Peter Mountier, you have the floor.
Welcome.
Good evening, Council, and thank you for considering this. It appears that city staff has done a thorough job surveying comparable area municipalities and other agencies and come up with an ordinance that does what was set out to do when you first heard from us on this about 5 or 6 weeks ago. 5% is a fairly standard amount for municipalities with such ordinances on their books. So we're supportive of this. I'd like to also just thank Councilmember McAdams for bringing this item forward and championing our local businesses. And by the way, I speak for the Pacific Grove Chamber of Commerce in saying that we urge approval. Thank you.
Thank you.
Inga Lawrenson Doimer, you have the floor.
Welcome.
Thank you. I agree. Local is good. Thank you.
Thank you.
I see no other hands raised, Mr. Mayor.
Council comments? Councilmember McAdams.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Ms. Pope, for doing some good research and having a survey. I appreciate your clear and concise agenda report, and I would be happy to make a motion.
Please.
So I move that we, hold on, sorry, my thing just closed. Introduce and hold a first reading of an ordinance to amend the City of Pacific Grove Municipal Code 2.16 Purchasing Systems and Procedures to include a local business preference program and direct publication of an ordinance summary approved by the city attorney.
Second. Discussion on the motion. Well, not seeing anyone, I'll jump in, and I have two people to thank. First of all, Councilmember McAdams for bringing this forward, initiating this, and to Ms. Pope for her fine report today. Looks like it's so good, we're just not even going to talk about it, other than to thank you very much for the excellent work. All right, not seeing any other hands raised. May we have a vote, please?
Councilmember McAdams,
Aye.
Councilmember Emilio,
Aye.
Councilmembers Coletti,
Aye.
Baduri,
Aye.
Tomlinson,
Aye.
Mayor Peak,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Smith.
Aye.
Motion carries 7-0.
Moving on to the next item, which is 12A, council goals and strategies, and that's my item. If I could get some help from the city clerk, I would appreciate it. I'll work with you later, Ms. Kendall, on how to share my screen. But moving on to the next slide. This was a continued item from last meeting. So each new council prepares a council goals and strategies. We call it goals and tactics. And then each new council tweaks it. The last one, which illustrates the change in priorities. And our current set of goals and strategies, we've discussed this 5 times this year since starting in February 3rd. And we should have a shared understanding of what council goals and strategies are for and how they would be used. That would be helpful in getting the maximum value out of this work. Prior agenda reports have discussed the purpose and the use of council goals and strategies. And so I've extracted 3 statements, which I'll share in just a moment. They're from agenda reports written by our city manager, and would like comments on whether you support them or not, or whether you would like to amend them. Next. So the first one is city council goals are important because they form the basis for the priorities within the city's spending plan, the adopted annual fiscal year budget. Number 2, once city council adopts its proposed city council goals and tactics, city staff will create a corresponding work plan to measure progress and provide a scorecard of the effort. Next. The city council is a policy board establishing the what to be accomplished. The quotes are not mine, they're from the prior agenda reports, which is then handed over to city staff under the direction of the city manager, who must determine the how component of the implementation process. And that concludes my report. If we can get some agreement, I'll come back at a future council meeting with a new policy on council goals and strategies that reflects our discussion. Do we have any public comment?
Yes, sir. Bob Oliver, you have the floor.
Welcome.
Very nice, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have anyone else?
Yes, Anthony Ciani, you have the floor.
Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor Peak. I think it's a great idea. I think it will work itself out in the weeds. My experience has been that goals are good ideas, but carrying them out is difficult. And it depends upon the integrity of the people responsible to carry them out. So good luck. Thank you.
Thank you.
Lisa Ciani, you have the floor.
Thank you.
Welcome.
It's good to confirm the purpose of council goals and strategies to assure a shared understanding of that purpose. One of my ongoing concerns with the city has been transparency, and goal number 4 is titled Transparency, Accountability, and Communication. There are 5 tactics that you've indicated you would like to implement and prioritize spending for. That's good. But if transparency, accountability, and communication are council goals, that should be reflected in all of the city's actions and not just the 5 tactics that are listed. Examples include the EIR review process for the ATC hotel project. In the summer of 2020, the city's planners thought it would be fine to withhold paper copies of the draft EIR and let citizens pay over $900 at FedEx Kinko's to have a paper copy printed of the 1,700-page document. After public protest, council helped make paper copies available. Then, despite a 60-day public review period, required tree ribbons on all the trees to be removed were not provided until 3 days after the end of the public review. And instead of story poles or balloons that would have showed the height and mass of the proposed project, including the ridge lines and the mechanical appurtenances as called for by Coastal Commission staff, there were inadequate and misleading illustrations of the project, which were not installed until 3 or 4 days before the end of the public review. Now there are revised plans posted online, but they are password protected because the city manager has told a reporter that they can be manipulated by members of the public. The city manager doesn't seem to respect the public or be aware that there are a substantial number of community members who work very hard to be informed participants in the democratic process in PG, and that requires ready access to public documents that require close study. If it's a public document that requires review, why is it locked? No other cities do that. The city manager also cut back publishing of the weekly report to be only a twice monthly report, creating a 3-week break in publishing just in time to avoid CDD's posting an announcement of the ATC project review date. I think it's clear that the city manager is not demonstrating that he embraces the goal of transparency, accountability, and communication. Please give this community the transparency, accountability, and communication we deserve. Thank you.
Thank you.
Rebecca Lee, you have the floor.
Welcome.
Thank you. I wanted to say I really, really love this, and I commend you for doing it and for including a scorecard for yourself for the goals and how you're doing with them. I think that accountability is so essential, and it takes a lot of courage to do that. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Anthony Tercel, you have the floor.
Welcome.
Okay, I guess you had to change something there. Thank you for this item. I just wanted to point out that in terms of language, in addition to goals, there should probably be guiding values. Goals tend to be discrete things you're trying to achieve. And there are things like, as an example, you don't want to do things that are hurtful to the climate, for example, and that would be a guiding value. Otherwise, you will choose to do one action that's a goal and ignore the guiding values, and then choose another action, say some climate-friendly thing, and say, oh, this is achieving our goal, even though the first goal that you went after violates that value. So I would just recommend that in addition to having discrete goals, that you consider having some guiding values that you never violate. Thank you.
Thank you.
Inga Lawrence and Dwymer, you have the floor.
Welcome.
Thank you. I think this is very needed because I don't see that what has been happening should define our city. The council needs to direct and the how-to needs to have some accountability. And this whole process needs to be carefully laid out, and we need to have some really good values, because I think we've been moving in a direction that does not reflect what the community really wants. So I think this is a much needed step. Thank you.
Thank you.
No other hands are raised, Mayor.
Councilmember Tomlinson.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for bringing this forward. I do agree with the following, or with the 3 statements that you asked whether or not we agreed with. And I think putting this forward into a policy, it can't hurt. And ultimately, I've been on council for almost 3 years now, and our city manager has really taken the reins and put forward this process. Maybe it was there beforehand, but he's, as far as I've ever been, been a part of it, he is the one who gets us together. We help set the goals. He comes up with the tactics, executes it, reports on it, and all this. So it's a good idea to put a policy together on how we do that, and that way it's a guide for future city managers as well to be able to follow. So that's my understanding of your ask, and I appreciate the effort to get the agreement ahead of time. So thank you. And I do endorse preparing a policy so we have a roadmap on how these goals and strategies come together each two-year season. So thank you.
Councilmember Coletti.
I too agree. I think that we should adopt a policy that establishes the framework so that everyone's on board. We can clearly see it. It's a document that the public can view and this council can refer to, that can establish the framework for establishing the council goals, and then also developing a work plan that flows out of those goals. And I will also mention that all our goals are mentioned on our city council webpage, as well as our core values. So that's something else that came up in discussion. So I think it's a great start in establishing a framework. Thank you.
Councilmember Emilio.
Thank you, Mayor. I agree with everything everybody else has said. I think it provides a much needed guiding light for us, and I agree with you, and I'm willing to make a recommendation, Mayor.
Please.
Okay, thank you. The recommendation is confirm purpose of council goals and corresponding strategies, endorse the preparation of a new council policy for goals and strategies.
Second.
Mayor Pro Tempore Smith.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, so I just want to say thank you for preparing this. This is very lawyerly type of document where you have your little footnotes and you've gone back over the last 2 years to various documents. Appreciate that. And the lawyer in me wants to say, there's always going to be caveats and all this stuff, but in the most general sense, I agree with these three items that you've prepared. And anything else that we need to do, I feel that within the policy itself, we'll be able to outline those details. So thank you very much.
May we have a vote, please?
Yes. Councilmember Emilio?
Aye.
Councilmember Tomlinson?
Aye.
Council members Coletti?
Aye.
McAdams?
Aye.
Kaduri?
Aye.
Mayor Peak?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Smith?
Aye.
Motion carries 7-0.
Thank you. On to item 12B, establish a financial report subcommittee. Mary Lagaska, Deputy Director of Finance, welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. I do not have a presentation for tonight, but I do have a short report. On August 4, 2021, the City Council approved the council goals and tactics for the period through November 2022. Included in that report is an item to establish a City Council Financial Report Subcommittee that would be responsible with working with staff to create additional financial report and or review reporting options, review any potential changes to OpenGov transparency site or migrate to another transparency portal, review the best location to publish or access the corresponding documents. So the staff recommends that the City Council select 2 members of the council to participate in the Financial Report Subcommittee. This would be in accordance with the financial stability goal of developing a strategic plan to better address current and future city revenues and expenditures needs while continuing to provide a high quality municipal service. So that concludes my report, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Do we have any public comment?
Mr. Bob Oliver, you have the floor.
Welcome.
Again, I don't know what the problem is with the equipment, but my hand is
Okay.
down. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Anyone else?
No other hands are raised, Mr. Mayor.
All right. I'm going to start off. I think this is a great idea, and I volunteer for the subcommittee. And maybe we'll have some other volunteers here. Councilmember Pedori.
I'm happy to volunteer as well.
Any comments? You don't have to volunteer to speak. Mayor Pro Tempore Smith.
Thank you, Your Honor. I was going to ask for that dispensation. Yes, I'm not volunteering, but I appreciate you and Councilmember Peduri volunteering tonight. Yeah, I think this was the one where, if you recall, my position on the financial health goal, because we are financially healthy, I felt that, you know, our staff had it well at hand. But in looking at this report, I feel that there are other reasons for this committee that don't necessarily relate to the preparation of financial reports, such as the management of documents and the transparency of documents because of the way we're managing them. The presentation of large documents relating to financial information that we probably don't want to include in a 300-page agenda report or agenda packet, or we can put online. I think we need to start thinking outside of the box, and as I sit here with my paper, because, you know, I'm kind of on both sides of the line, I do think it's really important that we move the city forward, that we make things easier to access for both the public's reasons and also for our efficiency within our city. And so if this subcommittee is designed to do those types of things, I guess I can live with a couple more financial reports placed upon the staff. Thank you.
Councilmember McAdams.
Thank you, Mayor. I definitely, support having the subcommittee, and thank you, Mayor and Councilmember Pedori, for stepping up and meeting that need. The report mentions OpenGov, and I've played on OpenGov for some time. I think Councilmember Coletti is very savvy in it. I just can't figure it out. So maybe in part of the exploring, could we have just some basic tutorials, or are there references, or just some quick how-tos? I think that would be very helpful for the public and myself. But the OpenGov, unless you really know it, it is cumbersome and it isn't very natural. Like it doesn't have an easy reporting function. So that would be something that I would appreciate for the subcommittee to look into. Thank you.
Councilmember Pedori.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Sorry for the second comment here, but I just wanted to point out to Councilmember McAdams that the reason for me volunteering is exactly that, is to see how we can migrate from OpenGov to something else, because it's really difficult for me to use as well. Thanks.
If there's no other council comments, staff, Ms. Legoska, you have your two volunteers. The one thing we did not talk about, and forgive me if it's in the agenda report, is we need an end date for the subcommittee. It's a best practice for all subcommittees and often gets forgotten.
I think it's a 6-month, generally fall back to a 6-month sunset, but I defer to the city attorney on that.
So I suggest that that's, I think, a good suggestion. Councilmember Pedori, 6 months.
Yeah, 6 months sounds appropriate.
All right, and our manager Legoska, how does 6 months? And that doesn't mean we can't finish it before 6 months. I hope we do, but that this I will need a motion. I guess I'll move to form. Let's see, what is the title? Form a financial report subcommittee consisting of myself and Councilmember Pedori with an end date of April 1st, 2022. That was a motion. May I have a second?
Second.
Seeing no one wants to discuss that motion. Mayor Pro Tempore Smith.
The only comment I have is that I think you shorted yourself a month. Or maybe you didn't.
Oh, it's true.
So I would, if you'd like to continue with the 6 months, if it's amenable to your honor, I would suggest that you go to May 1st, 2022.
Okay.
You get an extra 10 days.
Councilmember Emilio.
I just wanted to mention April 1st is April Fool's Day. Probably it'd be better to go with Mayor Pro Tem's date.
While we're on the topic of dates, maybe Cinco de Mayo then.
All right, I was getting a little punch drunk. Let's amend, with Councilmember Pedori's permission, we'll amend the motion with an end date of May 1st. Okay. May we have a vote on this, please?
Yes, sir.
Lindell.
Mayor Peak?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Smith?
Aye.
Council members Emilio?
Aye.
Coletti?
Aye.
McAdams?
Aye.
Peduri?
Aye.
And Tomlinson?
Aye.
Motion carries 7-0.
Thank you very much. We are at, by my clock, 9:55. We have 4 more items on the agenda. And I see that we have 24 attendees, and I think we have a lot of people here for the Jewel Park tree appeal, as well as the coastal wildlife protection. So
I think there are only 3 items left, Your Honor. We already handled 12D. Or did you, oh, you moved one off the consent agenda.
Yeah, Youth Commission, tree appeal, wildlife protection, and special events.
Yep.
Mr. Harvey.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will point out that the special events calendar needs to be heard tonight. If it is not, we will have to cancel one of the proposed special events. due to
Alright.
timing.
And I have a question for our city attorney. There was an agreement made in court concerning the Jewel Park elm tree. Does
Yes,
that
Your Honor.
require us to hear this, to talk about it tonight, or can we defer?
Thank you, Your Honor. Yes, so we did enter into a stipulation with the parties suing the city over the elm tree that we would not take any action against the elm tree until the council has reviewed its decision. So if that decision is postponed to the next meeting, then there's still no action available under that stipulation.
Okay, so looking for entertaining motions at this point on whether to hear any of the remaining agenda items. We'll start with Councilmember Tomlinson.
I move that we hear the special events item and continue the remaining items to the next meeting.
I'll second that.
Discussion on the motion. Councilmember Coletti.
So if we weren't going to hear the elm tree item, I mean, we've received dozens and dozens of emails on this. Why didn't we take it off the agenda at the beginning of the meeting? We've got people waiting. I've been on the other side of this, waiting in public audience. So I just don't think it's fair to have someone to notice the event and then have them come, have them show up. And then right before we're ready to hear it, say, whoops, we're not going to hear it. I just think that's bad policy. Thank you.
Councilmember McAdams.
Thank you, Mayor. I agree with Councilmember Coletti, and I also agree that we have received a lot of feedback on the elm tree. You know, I mean, if we could perhaps maybe limit public comment to 1.5 minutes, I'm not sure. I'm sure everybody waiting is going to want to public comment. So I would be fine with doing the special events, which I think would be quick, and then the elm tree.
Mayor Pro Tempore Smith.
I'll call for the question, Your Honor. It's not a motion, it's a request.
It is a motion and it takes 2/3 of the vote.
Okay, hold on. Hold on. Yeah, call for the question. I'm looking at my spreadsheet.
We could probably pose the question to the city attorney.
Yeah, okay. Well, I'm looking at my cheat sheet here. But
So the action presented is not presented as a motion. He is just requesting that you call for the question. So it doesn't need to be voted on unless he is pushing it as an actual motion.
excellent. Okay, perfect. Thank you for that. I didn't catch that subtlety. All right. I'd like to see, I also would like to hear the Jewel Park tree appeal for the reasons that have been previously stated, and as well as the special events for the reasons stated by our city manager. So I'd like to hear those two items. And I believe most of the people, as was stated previously, most of the people that might speak for the on the tree appeal will be supporting rescinding the prior decision. So if those folks could keep their comments short, we'll get to the vote much quicker. All right, Councilmember Tomlinson.
So I'll make an amendment to my motion, Mayor, to include the Jewel Tree appeal, also sort of stating ahead of time that I think that it's going to go well for the tree. So if we could limit public comment, I mean, we've read the hundreds of emails, and that would really help to not be up till midnight. So But anyway, I'll include those two items as an amended motion and then move the rest of them to the following meeting.
Councilmember Emilio, I believe you were the second on that. Are you?
Yeah, I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that.
All
Second.
right, maybe we have a vote on that. We're going to hear the Jewel Park tree appeal and then the special events item, the former 9B, and then continue the remaining items to the next regularly scheduled meeting.
Okay. Councilmember Tomlinson,
Aye.
Councilmember Emilio,
Aye.
Councilmember Paduri,
Aye.
Councilmember McAdams,
Aye.
Councilmember Coletti,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Smith,
No.
Mayor Peak.
Aye.
Motion carries 6-1.
Ms. Kendall, would you help us out? I need the few slides for the Jewel Park tree appeal. That's 12E. You put that up. Next. So this agenda item is to allow further discussion, and it's to look at this issue from another point of view. That is, what would it take to maintain the tree? And this would allow us additional information to be collected. And we can't discuss it tonight without rescinding or any meeting. We can't discuss this without rescinding the past decision. Now, this is not to say that we're not going to come up with the same vote that we had at our past meeting. That is to remove the tree. It's strictly saying we're going to talk about it again. Next. And it would be reopened at an upcoming meeting. Next. Okay, public comment. And might add that one council member has already opined that this recommendation might have support at council. So perhaps we don't need long public comments, but that's your choice.
Jan Stewart, you have the floor.
Welcome.
Hello, I just wanted to say that I would very much like the council to rescind the order to remove the elm tree. And I think there are plenty of other options to reroute the sidewalk, perhaps even remove a couple parking spaces near the elm tree to let it flourish and live on for another 100 years or so. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you.
Anthony Ciani, you have the floor.
Welcome.
Mayor Peak, thank you for bringing this back to the city council, and thank you to the city council for reconsidering this. I hope you vote to reconsider the decision that was made before. I believe you made that decision based upon false and misleading information, that there is additional information that if you held a new hearing could change the outcome for the elm tree. Please reconsider this item. Thank you.
Thank you.
Telephone number ending in 880, you have the floor.
Welcome.
Hi, Janet Cohen. I'm in support of rescinding. Thank you.
Thank you.
Inga Lawrence-Doimer, you have the floor.
Welcome.
Thank you. And I am going to echo those. Thank you for rescinding this or going to rescind it and then reconsider. That's what we really pushed for and wanted. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Jennifer Haydu, you have the floor.
Welcome.
Thank you. I'm just going to echo the same sentiments. You've gotten hundreds and hundreds of public comments, so you do know that the community has really strong feelings about this. And I just want to remind the council with appreciation that your job is not always to be the experts, but to gather information and to be good listeners and to pause carefully when there is strong feelings in the community. And I think this is clearly one of those instances. So as a community member, I really appreciate you taking this matter seriously and taking the time to pause and take a breath. And we have the time, we don't need to rush this through. So thank you for that. And please do rescind your decision and let's take time to gather more information. Thank you.
Thank you.
Telephone ending in 465, you have the floor.
Welcome.
Hello.
Hello. Welcome.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, Charles Henry Schwartz and my wife, Patricia Ferwin. Greetings, Mayor Peak and City Council members. In our petition to the Superior Court of Monterey County is contained the sworn declarations of two unbiased tree experts. According to Howdy, a tree specialist with over 60 years of local experience, he states under penalty of perjury, the tree, the American elm, is in good condition and can survive a long time with reasonable care. Frank Ono, the former City of Pacific Grove forester for 17 years, states, also under penalty of perjury, the elm appears to be healthy and growing vigorously. It appears to be stable and is part of the contiguous canopy of the southwest corner of the park, where it is a critical feature blocking winds from the northwest. Frank Ono goes on to cite 17 strategies from Pacific Grove's own urban forestry standards that are meant to reduce potential infrastructure damage. The very first alternative design method recommended is curving sidewalks. He then cites two examples of curving sidewalks that have already been implemented by the city. Both declarations support saving the elm tree's life. It is therefore imperative that you listen to unbiased experts and rescind your decision and save this beautiful American elm. Thank you. My wife, Patricia, will speak now.
Good evening, Mayor Peak and City Council. Thank you for, considering this rescindance, and now that the risk factor of the American elm has been, hello? Now that the American elm, hello?
Go ahead.
Are you listening? Okay.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Now that the risk factor of the American elm has been substantiated as moderate to good by the sworn declarations of two highly qualified, unbiased arborists, I'd also like to remind you that in 2019, the American elm was placed on the ICUN's critical red list, meaning that this influential arm of the United Nations has classified the American elm as a species at risk of global extinction. Among younger elms planted, almost none reach or survive to reach canopy, and we have one right here in Jewel Park, an upper canopy American elm, and I urge you to rescind your decision. Thank you.
Thank you.
Lisa Ciani, you have the floor.
Welcome.
Thank you. I greatly appreciate that the elm tree is on the agenda and the matter is being heard now. I've seen two experienced arborists reports about the tree with very different conclusions from the city's report. Public Works priority was clearly the sidewalk and infrastructure, as the tree permit states. Protection of the tree, according to the city's own urban forestry standards, was disregarded. I request the council vote to rescind their decision so the appeal can be reopened at an upcoming meeting considering new information. Thank you.
Thank you.
Carrie Ritali, you have the floor.
Welcome.
Hi, thank you. Yes, yeah, thanks for keeping this item on the agenda and allowing us to speak this evening. I know it's late and I will keep my comments brief. I am here to request that the City Council rescind the past decision to remove the elm tree at Jewel Park and re-examine this issue with due diligence and with an understanding heart. You know, we're not trying to make your jobs more difficult. We're trying to preserve something beautiful in our town. And as Patricia mentioned, it's really a treasure. It sounds like the tree is very rare. And hopefully you've gotten the 2 additional arborist reports that our group commissioned. We kind of had to figure out how to get those done on our own independently. And hopefully you've read them and hopefully you'll take a chance to really read through them before you make your next decision. And yeah, I look forward to hearing what that will be. Thank you.
Thank you.
Rebecca Lee, you have the floor.
Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I'm so grateful you're giving yourselves this choice to reconsider this issue. My comments are these. Times are really changing and we all feel a little insecure about how to proceed in life because we can't go back to the way things were pre-COVID as so much has changed. And we also feel unsettled, perhaps only subconsciously, about whether we'll get enough rain and other future impactful effects of our climate crisis. If there ever was a best time, it really is now for you as a governing body to be responsive and to be flexible in these times of change as new information and ways of doing things come into being and create new normals. This elm tree issue has become filled with such opportunities, such chances. It's a chance to hear your people and receive their care and love of this city and intelligent input. It's a chance to firmly conceptualize a new means of tree care in our city by learning about tree grates and sidewalk boardwalks and sidewalks that slope over roots, all of which avoid cutting any roots. And with all this learning, it's a chance to do things differently in ways suitable for the changing climate and to create successes with these alternatives. It's a chance to save a large and loved canopy tree with all its benefits for us. It's a chance to show our shift in consciousness towards granting priority to our planet. The issues we face today are more advanced and nuanced than we have ever faced before. It's no longer the smartest thing to think of how things were done and get expert advice from someone who has done it in the past. But you must ask yourselves, what does this situation require now, and get expert advice from those solving the same dilemma currently. This is how to move forward successfully. What a plethora of blessings this situation has given us. I urge you to take the chance at positive change presented here. Trust the will of your people to help forge a new way in tree care for the future that will be for the betterment of this whole city using this elm. Please rehear this case with all the facts, with an ear to the promise of a bright, tree-filled future. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Kim or Tom Aikman, you have the floor.
Welcome.
Thank you. It's Kim.
Hi, Kim.
I just want to thank you guys for bringing this back, and please just listen to the community, and I ask that you rescind your previous decision. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Telephone number ending in 333, you have the floor.
Welcome.
Hello, good evening. Thank you for taking my call. It's a jewel of a tree in a jewel of a park, in a jewel of a town, by a jewel of a sea. Thank you, Pacific Grove City Council, for opening your hearts and minds and for seeing the beauty in something as old and precious as this rare jewel, Pacific Grove's very own American elm tree. Thank you so much, and please rescind your vote.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I see no other hands, but I know that Mr. Oliver has been wanting to speak on this issue, so I'm going to call on him. Mr. Oliver, you have the floor.
Thank you for allowing me to speak on this issue. I was early into this process with the tree, and I speak from the knowledge of having gone through this entire process with the tree, that the community wishes this tree to remain. We've done quite a bit as a small group to make a presentation that works, showing that there are expert arborists that disagreed with the city's analysis. But putting that in the past, there are ways to do this project that can be done easily. And we would like as a group to be able to work with the city and help you to come to a resolution with this. Thank you very much from the community.
Thank you.
No other hands are raised, Mr. Mayor.
Councilmember Tomlinson.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you to the public who's waited out to the late evenings and for all the emails and for the participation. I've read every email and I appreciate all the comments and involvement. I basically was ready to make a motion to rescind council's September 15th Jewel Park tree appeal decision.
Please.
That's my motion, to rescind council's September 15th
Okay.
appeal decision.
I'll second that.
Discussion on the motion, Councilmember Coletti.
We might want to mention the tree permit number 21-199.
Great.
Any further discussion?
I'll just add that I look forward to the ideas that the community has brought forward and being able to discuss it again with more knowledge. So.
May we have a vote, please?
Yes, sir. Councilmember Tomlinson?
Aye.
Councilmember McAdams?
Aye.
Mayor Peak?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Smith?
Aye.
Council members Emilio,
Aye.
Coletti,
Aye.
and Baduri.
Aye.
Motion carries 7-0.
Moving on to the next agenda item, the former 9B special events update from our deputy city manager. Go.
Thank you, Your Honor, members of the City Council. Since time is of the essence right now and this item was on consent, I have no additional information to add than what was already provided in the staff report. Thank you very much.
Public comment on this agenda item?
I see no hands raised, Mr. Mayor.
I pulled it, so I'll make my comments. I don't believe that items like this in the future really don't need to come to City Council. I believe that staff should approve minor changes in the conduct, the venue, or the date of special events, i.e. making it a ministerial action. And I also have noticed that since COVID, the Recreation Board has not been reviewing special events, and I would like to reinstate that. So I'm suggesting, recommending the council that we amend and I'd be happy to do it, amend the special events policy 900-1 to do both of those things I just mentioned. Allow staff to approve minor changes in the conduct, venue, or date of special events. And also that the board should review special events prior to coming to council. Councilmember Tomlinson.
Well, I'd like to hear whether how that process will work. Whether like when we approve it at the first time of the year. Well, we didn't. Did we have? We didn't. Never mind. Anyway, when we approve it at the beginning of the year, you know, having it go through the rec board would make sense. But then if there are changes during the year, timing may not allow for that very well. That's one of my concerns. And then the other one is, I could see how the date changes, little date changes like this for sometimes, you know, could make sense for there, but I also feel like there might be other times when date changes are what council would want to know about. So I don't know, I guess I'm torn on the changing of the date. But I guess, Mr. Go, can you comment on the city manager on running it through the rec board?
Councilmember Tomlinson, through the mayor, I can comment on that. So the recreation board hears the special events calendar annually every year prior to it coming to the city council for final approval. That's standard. We've done that for years in and years out. Any minor changes that we make or any changes we make to the events calendar throughout the year always comes to the city council for approval. You guys set the dates, you set the calendar, you set the venues. So this is standard practice. It's not noted in the policy one way or the other if staff has the ability to make changes or if council needs to approve those changes. It's just a common courtesy to inform the council and members of the public that we're making these changes to events. Now, these two are minor. I've also had significant changes that I've brought forth. And also during COVID times, we've provided updates to the city council on the events that have occurred over the last year. I took this opportunity to also provide an update to city council on the current special events calendar for this fiscal year.
Okay, thank you. And that's what I was, you said it a lot better than I at 10:24 p.m. But I thought that the rec board was already involved, and I think their involvement once a year makes sense. So I don't support that change. And then I also actually don't support the recommendation to leave it to staff, because I think it's important for the public to find out by these things coming up on the agenda. These little changes are not happening, and it's hard to track what the date is, what the time is. And what's happening. And then also we've had in the past a few, situations where special events were not totally handled all the same. And I think this provides the most transparency, and that we've caught some real potential hangups with special events by talking about them. And so I think it would be hard to decipher what's not important and what is important to talk about. So I'd like to continue with the way we've been doing approval of the special events, so we have really good visibility on it as a group.
Councilmember Coletti.
Thank you. Well, I'm not sure if we're actually on topic, as far as maybe the city attorney can chime in if he feels we're getting off topic. I don't believe this discussion has been agendized, but if that's something that the mayor wants to bring forward, I'm happy to look at it, but I don't think I want to really delve into it tonight. In fact, I think we should just vote on what's being asked before us. And if there's some change in policy that someone wants to bring forward, more power to them, but I don't think we should be discussing it tonight.
Councilmember Pedori.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm actually in support of like how the way it's structured right now with the consent agenda, so that it allows the city council to review the item. One thing that I would like to point out is the city's website does have a calendar of events, and right now the calendar of events, for example, Trick or Treat is showing as October 29th. My recommendation to the staff is if there is a question in here about dates where we're modifying it, that you put an asterisk on the date with respect to the website so that people understand that the date is tentative at the point at this moment until the council actually decides upon the action. Thank you.
I had a question for Deputy City Manager Go. Did this item come before the Recreation Board? And if so, what was their vote?
Your Honor, this item did not come before the Recreation Board. We made this change after the last Recreation Board meeting during the preparation of the Trick or Treat event, knowing that school has an early dismissal day on Thursday. It was regularly scheduled for Friday. So after the last Recreation Board meeting, we made this change, and hence why we're bringing it forward to the City Council today for final approval.
Mayor Pro Tempore Smith.
Thank you, Your Honor. I actually agree with your recommendations, Your Honor. I think we spent a lot of time on special event issues over the last 5 years, and some of it could have been handled at the staff level. So I support what you stated tonight for efficiency reasons, because we obviously have a lot going on, and there are some huge major things we're dealing with, especially now in this new age that we're in. So I think that those were some good suggestions. I don't think tonight's the night to try to devise all that. So I think I'll just tonight vote for the recommendation, but I think it's certainly worth a look. Thank you.
Councilmember McAdams.
I just would like to echo Mayor Pro Tem Smith's comments. And so, but yeah, I mean, I do think that it should come back because it is not on the agenda. So I'm happy to approve the changes.
Would you like to make a motion?
Oh, sure. Put me on the spot. Actually, no, someone else will have to make the motion. Sorry. Thank you.
All right, Councilmember Tomlinson.
I move that we approve the modifications to 2 approved events, Trick or Treat Pacific Grove and Veterans Day ceremony, and 2, receive an update to the fiscal year 2021-2022 special events calendar.
I second it.
May we have a vote, please?
Yes, sir. Councilmember Tomlinson?
Aye.
Councilmember Peduri?
Aye.
Councilmember McAdams?
Aye.
Councilmember Coletti?
Aye.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Smith?
Aye.
Mayor Peak?
Aye.
Motion carries 7-0.
Thank you very much. That brings us to the end of our amended agenda. I want to thank all the participants, all the public that are actually still with us. Thank you for your participation following along. Thank you to all the staff and council as well for your service to the community being here tonight. Everyone have a pleasant evening.